How you make me loco. You play me like a lotto. All you want is my dodo. I even buy you clothes. Oh, oh, no. Oh, no. You say you wanna know. No,
I want to be part of them. Whichever discussion you're doing, I want to be there. One man told me in Lango, if you have a journey and you hear people talking about land, cancel the journey and listen to that conversation. So what are they talking about? Land. So if you talk about economics, I cancel the journeys and come. So happy to be East African Community post-budget dialogue. Sometimes I like the word post because budgets are budgets. They are never in past tense. They are never in a post period. But want to have a dialogue that looks at this particular year we are starting a week from and look at matters of tax and debt. I quite often tell people economics is about relationships. So you can't relate the word tax and debt, you are in the right meeting because that's the subject. Afrika Mashariki tuwezeshe uishi kwa amani ili na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu zote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Thank you. You may resume your seats. And congratulations for going over that. It's not easy for many. I want to invite my friend Kafero to open up this on behalf of the Executive Director SEATINI Jane Nalonga, who is not able to be with us in this particular meeting.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fred Muhumuza. The Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, the guest of honor and keynote speaker. Ms. Annette Semwemba, Deputy Secretary General in charge of Customs, Trade and Monetary Affairs, East African Community Secretariat. Mr. Ramadan Govi, Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who will be represented by Mr. Moses Kagwa, the Acting Director, Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Mr. John Musinguzi, Commissioner General, Uganda Revenue Authority, represented by Ms. Nasanga Allen, Assistant Commissioner, Strategy and Risk Management, Uganda Revenue Authority. Ms. Anna Namboze, Country Director, Trademark Africa for Uganda and South Sudan. Honorable Members of Parliament, including Honorable Ongatho Emmanuel Joe, Member of Parliament, Jonam, Honorable Etuka Isaac, Jokino Apamadi constituents, and other members of Parliament who may have arrived before I was notified. National Budget Month partners represented here, representatives of the civil society fraternity, East African community. It is also high time for us to look at our priorities, our aspirations, where we want to go, how we get there, whom we have to partner with, what kind of partnerships do we need, and something of that like. So it is important that the regional conversation is kick-started in view of the global dynamics and the policy shifts at play. In this context, financing development in East Africa requires a strategic and coordinated shift. Our reliance on external debt and aid is no longer tenable. And instead, the ESC region must strengthen domestic resource mobilization. And at SEATINI, we believe domestic resource mobilization is the only sure way of financing development. Because when you have a tax base that is within reach, within your control, you can determine what you can get out of it. And URA will be speaking to the tax revenue targets, because domestic resource mobilization is one of the key priorities things that government is looking at to finance development. And all of us are contributors to this much needed development. And this entails implementing fair, progressive, and gender responsive tax policies. It also entails curbing illicit financial flows through improved treaty frameworks and cross-border cooperation. It also may require us to ensure that there is transparency and accountability in public financial management systems. And across the ESC, we are witnessing rising debt burdens. And we will have a number of experts speak to where we are in terms of debt. Are we entrapped in debt, or we have some breathing space? And how are we breathing? So they will let us know with figures, and we will be able to appreciate where we are. And this rising debt burden is severely crowding out critical public investment in education, health, infrastructure, and social protection. It is also undermining our ability to respond to climate crisis and invest in inclusive economic transformation. And despite the ESC's commitment to macroeconomic convergence, fiscal and debt policy misalignment persists, complicating integration and investment efforts. While the ESC Council of Ministers had mandated a review of the 3% fiscal deficit and 50% of public debt thresholds, we must move beyond discussion and get to action. There's been quite a lot of rhetoric around debt sustainability, but it's high time we get to action in terms of addressing the issue of debt. In this regard, we strongly call for a coherent regional fiscal framework that sets harmonized standards for taxation, borrowing, and debt transparency. We also call for public debt management strategies anchored in medium-term fiscal sustainability, in addition to resisting fiscal consolidation that mandates and also undermine policy autonomy and socioeconomic rights. Tax to GDP ratios across the ESC remain below global and regional benchmarks. And experts will speak to the different tax to GDP ratios across the region. But for Uganda, we project to achieve 13.4% in financial year 2025-2026. And this is from a GDP to tax ratio of 12.8% in financial year 2024-2025. And during the first half of the financial year 2024-2025, 420,183 new taxpayers. We may have to stop here for a moment and welcome the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, the First Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of East African Community Affairs. Join me with a round of applause in welcoming You're most welcome, the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of East African Community Affairs. We are honored to have you here. The team, could you play the ESC anthem? We could sing along. Yes. I would like to call upon Honorable Jojo Dong, since he's our representative at the East African Legislative Assembly, to lead us into the ESC anthem. We will all sing along, and then we will continue with the remarks. We lay our future in thy hands. United free for liberty together we all praise the Okay.
Amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
The Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, the first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of East African Community Affairs. We're honored to have you here. And I bring you greetings from the Executive Director of SEATINI, Ms. Jane Nalunga, who is in Sevilla, Spain, for the fourth Financing for Development Conference. And as SEATINI, we strongly believe that as the East African community, we don't operate in a vacuum. We are integrated in the global village. That's why we influence affairs from the subnational, national, regional, that's the ESC level, continental, and global levels, because it matters for us to engage on global policy issues. And SEATINI was founded at a time when African third world countries in general were marginalized in global processes, such as the World Trade Organization, ministerial conferences, UN conferences, and the World Bank and IMF discussions. So the impetus under which SEATINI was founded is still alive today. That's why the executive director is in Sevilla, Spain, for the fourth Financing for Development Conference. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for honoring our invitation. And as the chief host, SEATINI, in partnership with a number of National Budget Month partners, including Ministry of East African Community Affairs, Ministry of Finance, among other partners, including Uganda Revenue Authority, we are honored and glad to have you. You entered the room at a time when I was giving some remarks, and it was only right for me to stop and the rest of us to welcome you, because you're deeply passionate about the ESC regional integration, and at SEATINI, we are behind you, as the saying goes. We are pushing at different fronts in terms of policy analysis, research, and advocacy to ensure that we furnish you and the rest of the other policymakers and actors to make the ESC regional integration work. Because we believe when the ESC regional integration works, we will achieve the vision. We envisioned a people-centered ESC regional integration, private sector-led, but also regional integration where there is more coherence than anything that breaks us apart. And I request Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga to continue with my remarks from where I had stopped. I was speaking to the revenue targets that Uganda Revenue Authority has set, but also how domestic resource mobilization is the only sure way of financing development in view of the policy shifts and the dynamics. We all appreciated what US aid was doing. But when aid was frozen, pending an evaluation of the effectiveness of that aid, we were all quick to say, why now? Not looking inwards to domestic resource mobilization and how we can achieve self-sustainability. Because we cannot depend on the kindness of foreigners and donors. We must have a plan. And that plan has to be rooted within what we believe in, but also we must mobilize people around that plan to ensure that the plan works and everyone is on board. So if it is a vehicle, we need to get everyone onto that vehicle. And we are glad, Right Honorable, to have you. In regards to the revenue targets, during the first half of the financial year 2024-2025, 420,183 new taxpayers were added to the taxpayer register, bringing it to a total of 4,881,983. And Uganda shillings 59.01 billion was generated by the new taxpayers for the period of between July to December. And these include 232,063 non-individuals and 4,649,420 individual taxpayers. And this speaks to one thing, that expansion in the tax register in recent years proves that progress is possible. And domestic resource mobilization efforts must be supported to ensure that we realize the targets. And to achieve this, beyond focusing on Uganda, we urge ESC partner states to scale up domestic resource mobilization through progressive tax systems and reforms, curbing illicit financial flows, currently draining an estimated $88.6 billion annually from Africa. This might also require us to leverage digital tools to expand the tax base and close compliance gaps. There is a saying that the future is green and digital, and we must align as Uganda. Because like I mentioned, we are in a global village. Whatever happens anywhere else, in a way calls us to action. I would like to welcome Mr. Moses Kagwa, the Acting Director, Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who is representing the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury. We are honored to have you, Mr. Moses Kagwa. Thank you for honoring our invitation. And to proceed, at SEATINI, we firmly believe that East African countries can trade their way out of poverty and out of debt. But this requires expanding intra-ESC trade, which is still below, reducing trade costs, which are up to 50% and above the global average due to infrastructure bottlenecks and inefficient customs systems. It may also require promoting value-added production, particularly among micro, small, and medium enterprises, which constitute over 80% of employment in Africa. And when we talk about the private sector, we cannot ignore the fact that micro, small, and medium enterprises are the private sector that we pride ourselves in. So we must do everything possible to ensure that beyond surviving, they thrive. And there is a new kid on the block, which is the African Continental Free Trade Area and the Tripartite Free Trade Area, which provide key platforms for this much needed transformation, but only if national and regional policies are aligned, enabling ESC countries to boost export revenues and manage debt burdens sustainably. To fully leverage the African Continental Free Trade Area and the tripartite, ESC, COMESA, and SADC, ESC partner states must align key regional policies, including tariff structures, non-tariff barrier elimination schedules, customs and trade facilitation procedures, and tax regimes and digital service taxation. Kenya is a leader in digital service taxation, and Uganda must follow suit and learn from Kenya, and we must speak as a region in terms of digital taxation. And the issue of recurring non-tariff barriers is something that we have to address. And to address this issue, it is important to ratify and effectively implement Article 49 of the ESC Customs Union Protocol, which establishes a framework for identification, elimination, and monitoring of non-tariff barriers to trade within the ESC. We must also harmonize investment codes. We've been talking about, as SEATINI, the issue of marketing the ESC as a single investment destination. I think it's high time we get to action in terms of marketing the ESC. And as SEATINI, we have undertaken a campaign over the years towards reviewing Uganda's Investment Code Act 2019, which has some gaps in view of the recent developments, global shifts and developments, but also in view of what we want to attain. If we set out to create so many jobs, we cannot achieve that if we don't have the right policy tools. And the investment Code Act 2019 is one of the right policy tools we could use. We need to have strong provisions on performance requirements so that as we attract investors, we attract quality FDI in strategic sectors, we are keen and we become intentional on performance requirements, creating jobs, and not just jobs, but decent jobs. And then the economy will be vibrant. We can also use the minimum wage in order to tap into, if we have a favorable threshold that falls under the pay as you earn, it means we can get more revenue from the same. So SEATINI is raising these issues in good spirit because we believe we need to prosper as a country, we need to prosper as a region and address the long-standing structural challenges and barriers. And we need to build a more resilient and integrated East African economy. And to build this economy, we recommend that EAC partner states adopt a coordinated fiscal policy framework to reduce debt risk and promote regional policy coherence, strengthen DRM, including broadening the tax base without overburdening vulnerable groups, curbing illicit financial flows, enhancing transparency, reforming public debt management, accelerating regional trade facilitation, promoting inclusive budget processes, and aligning fiscal and climate finance policies. Ladies and gentlemen, the current trajectory of rising debt and narrowing fiscal space is unsustainable. But with collective resolve and coordinated regional action, the ESC can chart a new path anchored in domestic resource sovereignty, transparent governance, fair trade, and inclusive growth. At SEATINI, we are committed to working with relevant government institutions, regional bodies, like-minded civil society organizations, private sector actors, and other regional partners to ensure that fiscal and debt policies serve the people and not the creditors. Thank you so much for listening to me. I deliver these remarks on behalf of the Executive Director of SEATINI, Ms. Jane Nalunga. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Jane Nalunga. That was Kafero, the representative. Right Honorable Rebecca Litwala Kadaga, the first Deputy Prime Minister. First of all, I want to congratulate you for the flag. That gives me some assurance that there will be some continuity. And as a person from Bunyoro, the links between Bunyoro and Busoga, that speaks volumes for me. The rest we'll understand later. But this means a lot to us. I have two people coming ahead of you. Just make sure the context is well set, but also they should draw the dust of the places. Mr. John Musinguzi, the Commissioner General, Uganda Revenue Authority. He's going to be represented by Madam Allen Nasanga, the Assistant Commissioner, Strategy and Risk Management. You are the right person, really, because matters of strategy and risk require people like you. I don't trust men with strategy and risk. But don't tell this to my friend John Musinguzi. He sent the right person for this. You have the floor.
Thank you. The guest of honor, Honorable Kadaga, honorable members of parliament, all government officials and dignitaries present here, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning to you. I bring you greetings from the Commissioner General, Mr. John Musinguzi, who is unable to be here due to other commitments. As already said, my name is Allen Nasanga. I'm the Acting Commissioner for Strategy and Risk Management at Uganda Revenue Authority. Now, by mandate, URA is central to domestic revenue mobilization. And URA mobilizes revenue for national development. Over the years, the absolute amounts collected have been increasing. 10 years ago, in 2013, in financial year 13-14, our net collections were about 8 trillion. Last financial year, we managed to collect 27.3 trillion. That's a growth of over 100%. The targets of URA have also been increasing. This financial year, which ends next Monday, our target is around 31 trillion. And next financial year, we are expected to collect 37. However, the tax to GDP ratio has not grown as fast or as expected. And this has been due to a number of reasons. For example, the large informal sector, which is estimated to be contributing about 50% to the GDP. Then we have smuggling in our porous borders, as well as administration challenges. Going forward, to mobilize additional revenue, the URA plans to undertake a number of measures, and these include broadening the tax base. By the end of May this financial year, the total number of registered taxpayers on our registers was 5.2 million. Now, compared to the working population, this is still low. So going forward, we will integrate all our URA systems with other government and MDA systems. Agencies like NERA, URSB, the local governments, and then through data analytics, we will be able to identify the unregistered persons and make sure we register them. We will also improve effectiveness and efficiency of our tax administration through targeted digitalization, risk-based compliance strategies, as well as human capital development. Specifically, we continue leveraging the use of technology to improve our efficiency and also to make it easy for our taxpayers. Through automation, we will simplify our process of filing and payment. We are developing many mobile applications, which are easy because many Ugandans have mobile phones recently. And then we have initiatives like auto return filing, to simplify the return filing process. There are also taxpayers who are not aware of their tax obligations or do not know how to ensure they comply. For this, we are going to intensify our outreach and tax education programs to make sure that we avail the knowledge for the Ugandans out there to comply with their tax obligations. There are also sectors that contribute heavily to GDP, but very low in taxes. Through data analytics, we are going to review the sector performance and then develop sector-based compliance measures to ensure that each sector contributes a fair share to the revenue. We will improve risk management, and in here we intend to develop like risk rankings, risk profiles for every taxpayer. This will also facilitate the very compliant taxpayers with very good risk rankings, because these will be visible and there will be minimal interruptions or engagements with us once you're deemed compliant. There is also a lot of revenue that sometimes is stuck in tax disputes. So for this, we are going to enhance the alternative dispute resolutions, where we have mediations with the taxpayers. And this is going to be done, is done different from the staff who engage on the front end from domestic taxes, for example. This is a function that is within our legal department. On the customs side, we'll continue strengthening our cargo management, strengthening the valuation controls, including updates to our valuation database. We'll also continue to use the non-intrusive inspection facilities, which facilitate trade. We will continue implementing our zero tolerance to corruption policy to ensure all the collected amount is available. Now, looking into next financial year, we have made a couple of, as we begin the next financial year, I'm pleased to share with you the latest changes in the tax laws. Every desk has copies of this tax amendment booklet. In here, we have the latest changes of the tax laws. And these amendments cover the Income Tax Act, VAT, local excise, stamp duty, and the Tax Procedure Code. These reforms have been designed with the taxpayer in mind. The aim is to reduce the cost and complexity of compliance and doing business, while strengthening the tax administration system. So this is not simply about collecting taxes, but about creating an environment where business can grow and citizens can contribute meaningfully to Uganda's prosperity. I encourage every taxpayer to study these amendments, and the URA team is available to support you and guide you, explain these amendments. Today in the House, we moved with, from the custom side, Mr. Elinathan Masiko is around, as well as we have Mr. Michael Masembe and his team from the tax education. So as URA, we are available to explain and sensitize you, support you in complying to these amendments. In the next financial year, we aim to raise about 37 trillion shillings. And I call upon all of you citizens of Uganda to be part of this effort, not just as a civic duty, but in efforts to developing our country. We can build a stronger and more resilient Uganda that is self-reliant amid its reductions in donor funding. Thank you so much.
You can give her another round of clapping. She's done us well. The one thing I know from the president's speech, he said tax without killing the taxpayer. That speaks a lot of things that we are working on, but URA has already been there. You have heard of those dispute resolutions. So the URA has already been on the journey of making sure the taxpayer is prime. The taxes are embedded within the taxpayer being alive. Dead companies don't pay tax. The man who receives the taxes come and represent the PSST. I know that is a docket you can easily handle. You don't need forewarning for a week, just for a minute, and you'll be able to. I've worked with Kagwa since the cows were not yet born.
Thank you, Fred. The Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for ESC Affairs, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. PSST would have loved to be here today to discuss these issues of regional integration, but he has some other urgent duties which he has been assigned, so he requested me to come here and represent him. For some of you who may doubt that the delegation for today, maybe I give a bit of a background that I was part of the Ugandan team that negotiated the East African Community Customs Union Protocol. I was the leader of the team that negotiated the East African Community Common Market Protocol. And I was a co-leader of the team that negotiated the East African Community Monetary Union Protocol. These days I've delegated this work to some of my younger colleagues because I thought I'd been in ESC issues for a very long time. So there is Dr. Musisi Albert, Mr. Tunamasiko Francis, and Mr. Samchi Inji. They're the ones who have been handling these issues. But I've been in the background. I still love issues that deal with East Africa. And as we are here today to discuss the East African Community post-budget issues, I want to point out that at the presentation of the budget speech, once the Minister of Finance had finished, the President said he had two issues to discuss. And one of them was the East African Federation. And what do we need to consider when we are looking at East African Federation? What are the things that we are looking at? The Baganda was saying that agali awamu gegalume nyama. If you have no teeth in your mouth, you can't really bite the meat. So the unity, strength is in unity, and that's why we're really looking at the community as an institution where we as East Africans can prosper. Because when you look at our GDP, the combined GDP of East Africa, which is about 240 billion. That's less than the GDP of any of the states in the US. Any of the states in the US has a higher GDP than the whole of East Africa. When you look at countries like Norway, it's a small country of 4 million people. It has more GDP than East Africa. So when we are talking about developing this economy as Uganda, moving from the $61.3 billion we are anticipating at the end of this year, and then to the 500 we expect in 2040, that's the tenfold growth strategy. The East African community is very much a central part of this journey. We need to have the market where we are going to sell our products. And we also need to get products from the East African partner states so that all of us can prosper. When we combine our GDP, it looks big. When we combine our population as East Africa, that means that we are getting more as a market. And these are really the whole reasons why we thought it prudent that we really have an integrated East Africa, because we'll have an integrated market. We should have integrated infrastructure. One of the problems we are actually having is infrastructure. But if we can do the projects as East African, then we can get financing for them. We are talking about the standard gauge railway now. Some people thought it was a Kenyan project alone, but we are discussing it among the three partner states. Kenya, when are you moving from Naivasha to Malaba? And then Uganda, you move from Malaba to Kampala. But then when are you moving from Kampala to go to maybe Mirama Hills? And we can take this railway to Rwanda so that the Rwandans can also pick it up and it becomes an East African project. Those are the discussions we are having. We are also, of course, trying to have discussions with the South Sudan. Once we have this, one, the cost of bringing a container from Mombasa to Kampala will reduce by more than 70%. Even the time is also going to reduce. So the cost of doing business in the region is going to reduce significantly. We are talking about electricity. Which countries have electricity, which is surplus, like Uganda, and how do you sell to the other ESC countries that don't have surplus electricity, the ones with the deficit? So in the budgeting, we are taking this into account, and we are not only doing Ugandan projects, but ESC projects. Then we are also thinking about the roads infrastructure. You know how we have intervened in Congo because we want to export our products from Uganda, from Kenya, from Tanzania to DRC, reducing the cost of doing business. That means that we also improve the welfare of our people. So it's how we are looking at our budgets. How do we, as East Africa, be speaking the same language and having the same philosophy and the same understanding of where our economy should be? However, we have noted also some issues that we need to address. The tariff and non-tariff barriers are not going away as fast as we want. We have had discussions at the regional level on how to remove tariffs and non-tariff barriers. We have succeeded, but not wholly. Those are still big challenges. Recently, Tanzania has introduced an industrial development levy on all goods coming into Tanzania, industrial goods, including goods from Uganda. And in the budget speech, it was very explicit that these tariffs are going to apply to goods originating from the East African community. And this is outrightly against the law and the spirit of the East African Community Treaty and the East African Customs Union. So, of course, one of the claims by Tanzania is that Kenya is doing it and it hasn't removed those discriminatory taxes in their laws. So it's something that we have seen. We have also noted that despite a lot of our dialogue with the Republic of Kenya, our milk is not moving freely to Kenya. Sometimes they allow, sometimes they stop it. And these are the things that are actually may affect the full realization of the benefits of the economy. We are in discussions to try and see how to alleviate these issues that are coming in, but it's a problem. The other issue that we noted was the joining or the signing of trade agreements by different partner states, that instead of going and signing these treaties or agreements as a bloc, some countries are doing it alone. And they are offering some tariff preferences which undermine our regional policies. So it is something that we need to continue looking at. There have also been some restrictions on travel. When you go to Zanzibar now, you are required to have a mandatory travel insurance from a boat in Zanzibar, even if you have your own insurance going in. And that is an area that we think is also anti-ESC that must be looked at. So these are some of the issues, but despite that, we have seen that the East African community has deepened, and the regional agenda is going on. The intra-ESC total trade has grown by 12.1% to US dollars 15.2 billion in 2024 from US dollars 13.8 in 2023. So there's trade going on, which is a good thing within ESC, and we hope that will continue. I wish to stop here for now because I'm supposed also to come back. I don't want to bore you a lot, but thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Moses Kagwa. It wasn't actually a boring talk. You have only set the pace for the big task of the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs has, because it looks like East Africa is moving in different directions. It's no longer East Africa for us. And for SEATINI, please remember there is South Sudan and the DRC. We want to see their figures as well, because these are our second biggest trading partners and third after Kenya. That's where our destination of exports go. So ladies and gentlemen, I think it is only in order that I invite the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs, who certainly still has work to do. Going by what I've heard from Mr. Kagwa, there is work for you to do in the next term, or even at least to prepare those notes. There's so much work in your office, keeping this house in order. Right Honorable, the floor is yours. And for those of you out there, this is a televised event. I'm only hoping your creditors have not been looking for you, because now they know where to find you. Right Honorable Prime.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning. The members of parliament, both of Uganda and of Yala, the heads of departments who are here, our host, SEATINI, a rival host, by the way, development partners, civil society representatives, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure, as always, to join you in the East African Community Post-Budget Dialogue for financial 2025-2026 under the theme Harmonization of Fiscal and Debt Policies to boost total trade and investment in the ESC. Let me commend SEATINI, together with the ESC Ministry and other stakeholders, for sponsoring within this dialogue at a critical juncture in our regional integration journey. I also want to report that on Monday this week, the chairperson of the ESC Council of Ministers, the Honorable Beatrice Askul, Cabinet Secretary for the ESC, the Republic of Kenya, delivered the budget speech at the virtual plenary for the third session of the Yala Assembly in Tanzania. And the session was virtual because of logistical issues. The council tabled a proposed year's budget of USD $109 million. It's under consideration by the General Purpose Committee. The theme is inclusive economic transformation through domestic resource mobilization, resilient strategic investment for job creation, and improved livelihoods. It sets the tone for regional economic governance that is inclusive, sustainable, and anchored in strategic fiscal harmonization. Now, despite persistent global shocks, geopolitical tensions, climate-induced pressures, shifts in global development, and aid, the AEC economy continues to demonstrate resilience. In 2024, our region posted a growth of rate of 5.5%, outperforming both the global average of 3.3 and the one of sub-Saharan Africa of 4%. The outlook for 2025 is proposed at 5.8%, driven by strong performance in agriculture, construction, and services, supported by prudent macroeconomic policies. In the 2025-26 budget, we agreed that partner states' contribution shall be 67.76%, that's 62%. Development partners at 51%. These are not a very satisfactory area. That's why I mentioned in the beginning that the delivery of the budget this time was virtual, because we have severe constraints in that although we are 8, only 4.5 members are contributing. The others who are still having a free ride, and yet they expect full benefits. The distribution reaffirms the principle for shared responsibility, even as we work to expand domestic resource mobilization within partner states to reduce dependency and ensure sustainability. The priorities are aligned to our regional integration goals of security, peace, and political stability, deepening institutional frameworks and cross-border cooperation to ensure a stable environment for trade, investment, and human mobility. That's why I was excited the other day to read that the EU is going to support cross-border infrastructure. I hope we shall have a few more one-stop border posts. We have been requesting for regional markets at the borders. We have been looking at the possibility of refrigeration and storage facilities at the borders to help our people. I hope this will become reality. Trade and investment facilitation, accelerating the implementation of the ESC Common Market Protocol, addressing non-tariff barriers, and enhance the business environment through harmonized tax and customs procedures. On fiscal and monetary policy, it's to advance convergence of excise duty, VAT, and income tax regimes. Strengthening efforts to meet the ESC Monetary Union macroeconomic convergence criteria. Although I've been constantly at loggerheads with the bureaucracy on this issue of macroeconomic convergence criteria, because I don't think it's possible for all 8 countries to meet the criteria at the same time. In one of the last summits, we had agreed that those who are ready or are able should move together, because you cannot tell me that the economy of South Sudan will meet criteria the same as Kenya at the same time, so that we're able to move together. So I still take issue with that arrangement. And also, I believe it was made when we were 3. I don't think it fits where we are 8. So I hope that our experts can look further at that issue. Laying groundwork for the EAC's Common Public Debt Management Framework under Article 9 of the Monetary Union Protocol, infrastructure and connectivity. There's been quite some work done in that area. For instance, we have a new bypass at the Uganda border, and another which shortens the distance and time spent between Uganda and Kenya, especially getting Nairobi via Eldoret. We also have the Kasongo bypass in Tanzania, which shortens the journey from Arusha to Nairobi to Mombasa by over 200 kilometers. So that is also supporting our traders and business community to move quickly. Human development integration awareness, enhancing social and productive sectors, particularly in health, education, and skills development, building institutional capacity of ESC organs and institutions, and increasing citizen awareness about the benefits of integration. We have stepped up arrangements to sensitize the it's not one about the issue of the NTBs. You don't know how annoying it is when you sit in a summit together with the heads of state. They agree, they sign, they take photographs, everybody is smiling. You go home happy. Then 2 days later, the Minister of Agriculture of Kenya imposes new restrictions. Then you have to say, pick up the phone, say, Madam, we were together in the meeting. What happened? We were together. You know, if the heads of state were there. Says, oh no, it is not me, it's the Minister of Agriculture. So what do you want me to do? You know, this is an agreement by the heads of state. But these are some of the things we have to do. Now, Tanzania, a very senior member of the community, a founding member, now saying they're going to tax everything that comes from the partner states. And yet we have already said that the goods made in all partner states should be treated like local goods. So now we're going to have to start the battle again to have this discussed and handled. Totally unnecessary. And but concerning the trade agreements, we had thought that we could take on Kenya on their separate agreements they've made with other countries, but we realized that Kenya is no longer an LDC. They've left us, so we're not in the same category. So they're doing their own things because their economy has progressed. So they've left us behind, and we can no longer hold them. Can no longer hold them. Otherwise, would be disadvantaging them. And I think we had asked the Minister of Finance to do some research for us. I hope they can give us the results one of these days. Across the partner states, the budgets have been aligned with the EC priorities. These are they were presented at the same time, except Burundi, which was undergoing elections, and I hope they can do that soon. The fiscal deficit persists, ranging from 3% -3 in Tanzania, -6.5 in Uganda. These are largely financed through increased borrowing. Uganda's public debt is expected to peak at 53% of GDP in 2025-26. Kenya's will be 7.8% of GDP. Again, I want to agree with Mr. Kagwa when he says that when you bring figures which talk about the whole community, we are not, we talk as if we are still 3, but we are actually 8. This underlies the urgency for transparency, reporting harmonization, and sustainable borrowing frameworks to avoid crowding and development financing. So as a council, we think that in this dialogue, we should develop actionable proposals for aligning fiscal, tax, and debt policies across the EAC, promote inclusive engagement of all sectors, women, youth, traders, SMEs in shaping these frameworks, enhance citizenship understanding of the budget and its regional implications through platforms like this. And the Council of Ministers remains committed to steer the region toward a resilient, integrated, and prosperous future. So I hope this dialogue will be a bridge between council decisions and citizen participation, between policy and practice, between national realities and our regional aspirations. Now, before I conclude, I want to say something about the tax amendments. I was excited to look at the amendments relating to gaming and betting because a few years ago, I was moving in one of my areas. Then the young people told me that there's something I want you to see. So I said, but I've just been in your sub-county, or the headquarters of your sub-county. They said, no, no, no. We want you to come to the trading center. There's something we want to show you. So I got out of my car. We started walking, walked a bit of a distance. I said, where are these children taking me? So they took me to a place and said, look at this machine. It was a gambling machine, hidden. Said, madam, we want you to remove this thing and take it away. So I said, this has impoverished everybody. So this man here sold his land to be able to come and gamble. Now he's poor. This one sold his border. So I was shocked. Deep in the village. So, and they said every Friday, the Chinese come and collect money. That's what they told me, that every Friday, the Chinese come here and collect money. So I came back, I contacted my grandfather, the Minister of Finance. I said, Jaja, your grandchildren are suffering. Do you know about these Chinese? Do they pay tax? And then they said, Mama, there are even machines. We can take you and show where others are. And the areas were described were deep, really deep. So, Mr. Kagwa, and you, Mama, who my friend Singuzi's friend, I think you better look for these machines. Because obviously, maybe you're looking at the casinos in Kampala. But the casinos in our trading centers. And they are having a free ride. No taxes, no nothing. They just collect money. And our children are getting impoverished. So I hope you can really do some. So that's why I was excited when I looked at your proposed amendments. So find those fellows, either tax them or get them out or regulate them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Mwaso, for taxing your staff. You are in finance, there are things you need to find out. And they may not only be in that area, but in many other areas. So don't just go to that. That was a sample of where she went. We expect you to go everywhere and look for things of that nature. More so, as the politics is heating up, she's going to be taken into more areas. So you better be there before she's there. If she goes there ahead of you, that is not a good thing. We want to have photo sessions here, Right Honorable, with the people who have spoken so far and the panelists, just in case, because you don't want to hold the Right Honorable here. Anything may be calling on her desk. She's already told you the community is moving in different directions, and she's our representative there. We appreciate the time you've given to us. This is not since she's leaving, but who knows? Anything happens on her desk. I wouldn't want to be even within a mile of her desk. I hear what goes on there. Mr. Kafero, can you please bring the Right Honorable for the photo session? The table she's with, Allen Nasanga, Sir Moses Kagwa, representing the PSST. I will Photoshop myself into the photo, but that will be later. We are going to increase the numbers. I think it's up here. Trademark East Africa. You need to be here. I'll add the panelists after this shot. Cameraman, I hope you are capturing that one. The panelists, please come. You know yourselves. If you are a panelist in this booklet that you have seen, or you were invited to be a panelist, we expect you to be here. I think that makes it all. Honorable members of parliament, wait a minute. Honorable members of parliament, this one may win some 70 votes. I don't know whether those are enough to turn the tide around. but certainly the 70 is not a small contribution, depending on your battlegrounds, how are they looking like. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have the privilege of the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister with us, but as I've said, depending on what communication she receives, she's free to leave at leisure. We are already privileged for the time that she has given to us. So we're going to have the panel, the first panel, starting on. I want to invite Madam Anna Namboze. Is it Namboze? Yes. The Country Director, Trademark East Africa for Uganda and South Sudan. You choose the best seat for yourself. I want to invite Madam Mariam Babu, Women's Cross-Border Traders Cooperative Society. Hope you are in the house, or a representative. This is advancing women's participation in regional trade. So let's proceed and have, we have somebody coming in online. I want to believe the IT team has already received that correspondence. That is Madame Annette Semwemba, the Deputy Secretary General in charge of Customs, Trade, and Monetary Affairs, East African Community, who is going to be speaking on overcoming non-tariff barriers and enhancing intra-ESC trade. Because she's online and really right at the heart of it, we want to give her the priority to speak first while the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, First Deputy Prime Minister, is in the house. Has somebody interrupted our internet? Just tell her the floor is hers. Once she's on, she can start right away.
Thank you very much, moderator. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. We would also want to see you.
Thank you. Yes, I am on camera. I hope that I can be seen in the room. A very, very good morning to you, distinguished participants. Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of ESC Affairs, Honorable Members of Parliament, for Yala and for National Member of Parliament, distinguished delegates, allow me to stand on the protocols already established. I bring you warm greetings from Arusha. I'm joining you from the heart and the center of where integration happens. And allow me to thank the government of Uganda and for SEATINI for convening this post-budget dialogue. It's a really timely discussion. I'm meant to speak about the subject of NTBs is one that is of great significance to the community. And we've already heard from some of the previous high-level speakers mention some of the challenges that the community is facing. We've heard that significant strides have been made in tariff liberalization. However, our intra-ESC trade remains low, between 13 to 15% compared to other blocs such as the ASEAN and the EU that are way above. And I took note of very, very important statistics from Mr. Kagwa that mentioned the GDP of US states of Norway being way above that of the ESC. I also wish to remind, and since this is also an event for awareness creation and sensitization. The treaty for the ESC is very, very specific in Article 75, Part 5 on NTBs. It says that except as may be provided for or permitted under this treaty, the partner states agree to remove all the existing non-tariff barriers on the importation into their territory of goods originating from other partner states, and thereafter to refrain from imposing any further non-tariff barriers. This is a very, very important pronouncement which all the partner states have signed to. We have the legislation in place for NTBs. The NTB Elimination Act of 2017 defines what the NTBs are. However, I must say that NTBs continue to impact negatively on the ESC region. From analysis that we have undertaken, NTBs undermine the ESC's economic integration, costing the region up to $10.3 billion in agriculture and manufacturing losses. And this also has an impact, of course, on poverty. The NTBs that we have observed in the region are around the non-harmonized TBT and SPS measures and conformity procedures, discriminatory treatment, especially around rules of origin, leading to denial of preferential access, policy misalignment, non-implementation of ESC instruments, and I've just read from the treaty, issues around transport and logistics, road user charges, way bridges, roadblocks. All of these, from our analysis, lead to restrictive trade practices that have impacted on regional market share. I want to go a little bit into some of the top NTBs. For example, on rules of origin. These rules of origin disputes have led to restrictive criteria denying preferential treatment to ESC goods, discriminatory excise taxes, where we have higher taxes on ESC imports versus domestic goods, road user charges and logistics, ad hoc fees that are imposed by partner states, poor infrastructure, border delays, and such issues. What are some of the lessons that we have learned? Elimination of NTBs would boost trade by 52%, from improved competitiveness, trade increase by $63.4 billion, and of course this would have an impact on poverty reduction. NTBs, I emphasize, are trade distorting. They add additional cost, they create trade loss, they have long-term effects on economic activities. Road user charges have dilapidating effects on regional economies. The limited capacity to analyze and interpret the effect of rules of origin and related NTBs impedes the growth and development of our manufacturing sector in particular. Their price disparities are rising because consumer prices for ESC goods in regional markets will tend to be higher than would be under non-discriminatory treatment. Investment distortion. Investors certainly want to be sure that the market will be open when they invest in the region. Excise tax also has a high impact, and thus the need for the non-discriminatory application. In the area of agro-processing, I will give some examples where a partner state A imposes a 13% tax on juices from another partner state for lacking local content. This definitely has had an impact on export decline. On manufacturing, I'll give an example where partner state C rejects cement imports from another partner state over clinker origin. This definitely has had an impact on the cement sector in the region. On agriculture, where one partner state bans poultry products from another partner state, citing non-compliance with health and safety standards. All of these are some of the barriers, the challenges that we have experienced in the region. What are some of the remedies, actions that we see would really help in addressing NTB issues? The first issue that I want to highlight is the issue of trust. We need to advocate for a transparent and predictable trade environment across the region. This can only be fostered if there is trust among partner states. The legal and regulatory framework is sufficient. We do not need any new laws. We only need to implement the laws that we have had. We need to activate the dispute resolution mechanisms. And I say we because implementation happens at partner states. At the ESC, the Council of Ministers has put in place the framework that is needed. But I insist implementation happens at partner states. So in coordination with the ministries responsible for ESC, we have put in place the mechanisms for reporting. We have an NTB reporting mechanism that is very well structured and embedded within institutions within each partner state. They meet occasionally, not occasionally, they meet regularly, they meet on a quarterly basis, and they also meet every 6 months. On a quarterly basis, they engage to address the NTBs that have been reported. And through that mechanism, over 247 NTBs have been eliminated. However, the concern is they reoccur. They are eliminated and then transform and reoccur in another form. These are issues that we must continue to engage on and discuss. There's also need to work closely with various stakeholders in the partner states and also to enhance awareness among the citizens so that they can use the mechanisms for reporting, but that also each and every ministry, department, agency that is responsible for these NTBs is aware of the impact that whatever restriction they have put in place has on trade in the region. I would also propose from a regional point of view, the need to undertake annual reviews of finance laws and tax amendments to identify and eliminate fees and charges affecting ESC goods. These are discussions that the Sectoral Council on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment discuss often. However, after the discussions have been completed in a room, once partner states return, they ignore, I should say, what has been agreed and do as they would prefer within their respective partner states. And some pronouncements I think you will hear of have had have been made in some of the budget statements of partner states that are impeding free movement of goods within the community. At the ESC, we've also started, rules of origin is one of the key issues that is of concern. So we've started a comprehensive review of the rules of origin. This process, we hope, is going to help us understand where the challenges lie with respect to impediments for movement of goods arising from rules of origin concerns. This is a discussion that is taking place at ESC level, and hopefully we will address the major concerns. There's also a need to reconsider national level levies, fees, and internal taxes inconsistent with ESC obligations. I would also want to emphasize the need to accelerate and fast-track domestic tax harmonization because, again, this is an issue, the result of deferring excise duties, VAT, leads also to challenges within the community on free movement of goods. Overall, if we can eliminate NTBs, of course, all regions are affected by NTBs. It's not just the ESC, but we must not sit back and relax. We must work collaboratively together to continue at a national level to comply with the protocols. There's a tendency by partner states to define goods from a partner states as non-originating, but all goods produced from the ESC are national goods of the ESC in very, very simple language. So the tendency to refer to them as foreign goods is against the provisions of the protocol and provisions must be complied with. Finally, it's very, very important to activate the dispute settlement mechanisms. There are dispute settlement mechanism regulations that have been formulated, and these are very, very important. Again, the onus is on the partner states to ratify the trade remedies, Article 24 of the Customs Union Protocol that is still pending. Again, this is with the partner states. If I can stop here, distinguished audience, if there are any particular issues on NTBs, I'm more than happy to take them, but also to respond to any questions with respect to policy formulation at the EFC as it relates to customs, to trade, and to monetary affairs. I thank you very much.
Semwemba, for reaching out to us from where you are. Right now, I want to invite my friend Anna Nambozo. This is Annette, this is Anna. So the continuation there is only fair that you come and give us your mark. And Madam Mariam Babu, hope you are in the house. You possibly want to come and join here on this panel. Then we'll have some few questions for the panelists and Mr. Kafero. There will be some questions that you may respond to at your level later on in case they come up. I don't want to direct any question to the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, but if you have water, you can ask a question. If you are not, then I will ask the question for you, and I've received one here, so you can write your question because I need to look into it. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Right Honorable Prime Minister and distinguished members of Parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I didn't expect this to be a remark setting, but again, it's an opportunity to be able to talk about what we have observed as the takeaways from this budget that would be facilitative of trade, and also, where areas where we think there may be some reconsideration. Let me see if I can get the other line. Maybe better. Okay, thank you very much. For those who may be well traversed with the work of Trademark Africa, we are a trade facilitation entity that's largely donor funded, but work with government, the regional economic communities, and the private sector as well. The government to create a better business environment, and then the private sector to improve their competitiveness. So in that regard, when we looked at the budget for 2025-2026, we are pleased that finally the government has taken into consideration that Uganda is one of the most innovative countries that we have in the world, most enterprising countries, and it's finally giving the businesses a chance to survive beyond the 3 years that they usually do. I know that our colleagues here from MOBS will tell you that usually after 3 years, our businesses fall asleep and never wake up again. So now we have received a 3-year tax exemption on businesses. Of course, would hope for more and for better opportunity, but it's a step in the right direction. And for that, we are grateful. We have a huge informal sector as Uganda. We know it is really the basis of our business community. And when you go and talk to the traders and the entire business community, it's simply because they say, why should I formalize? You can talk about getting the big government contracts, being able to export, really in a formalized way, even across the country. But then they say, but now I have to pay taxes. So this is a good incentive that will definitely help in growing the tax base as well. The other that again really touches closely to businesses is IFRIS. The penalty restructure is very, very welcome. Before, the penalty was high at 6 million, but at least now it has been revised in this budget to just double of the tax that is owed. So again, this is very welcome because we do not want the taxman to really be penalizing businesses. They should be giving them an environment that they can be able to operate and to survive. The third issue that we saw that again helps with the harmonization across all government institutions is the fact that now the national identification number will be utilized for individuals to be recognized even as they are teen, and for businesses, their their birth number at the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, their company number will be recognized all through. It helps to have a system, especially in the stage of digitization, where you're recognized by one number. A lot of the countries that are more modern or upscale to us have been doing this for years. You find a person has a social security number and they use that all through. But here, if you're a business, one time you have a different number at your RSB, the next day you get to KCCA, you have a different COIL number, the next day you go to register somewhere else, it's a different number at the local government. So it brings in a lot of confusion. It makes it difficult to trace who is who. Is it the same person? Is it the same Ananambos that has this number and their ID that has a different number at the local government, and so on and so forth. So this especially will help with digitization and also with being able to trace businesses and also individuals across the country. The stamp duty exemptions that have been introduced on agreements and mortgage deeds is also another very welcome opportunity. Of course, for every agreement where you have to pay stamp duty, especially looking at, and the bigger businesses may be used to it, but just think about the bottom line. Over 70% of Uganda's businesses are small, medium-scale enterprises. It is punitive. Even when you're going to get a mortgage, you're only getting a mortgage because you do not have the funds to be able to complete your business transaction. But even when you would go to get the mortgage before, you'd have to pay a certain percentage of it, again, in terms of taxes. So this is, again, very facilitative of businesses. We are very happy that this move has been made. In the same regard, we see that these incentives, of course, are very well aligned to encouraging the business community to participate in what we've just talked about, the East African Customs Union and also the African Continental Free Trade Area, because the SMEs have to be able to participate and to survive. Looking at also things, beyond the taxes, when we're looking at this year's budget, Mr. Kagwa from MOFPED talked about the rail, the standard gauge railway. We are very excited about that. And I believe with the support of the Islamic Bank, also the Naivasha Malabar corridor has been taken care of. On my end, of course, the SGR from Malabar to Kampala is needed yesterday. And we are also very glad to see that the government continues to commit to the Gulu to Roro line, which is again from Malabar to Gulu. You may be aware that with Trademark Africa, Uganda Railway Corporation, Ministry of Works, and the URA, we established a Gulu Logistics Hub, and this hub was completed in 2023. It's already operational. URA is set, and we do have trucks that go there for verification and clearances, also for transshipment. But a lot of this business case was regarding the rail. So the fact that the railway has not yet been done up to Gulu, the hub is really being underutilized. So it would be, the budget speech commits to February 2026, and we're looking forward to that being met. So just going on a few points that I think we need to be able to look at again. The export levies. The export levies that have been introduced on maize bran, on wheat bran, on cotton cake, and then, of course, the hides and skin under the Amendment Act as well. These, of course, the spirit of this is to make sure that the local industry has enough stock. But we are thinking it may be a bit premature because government has not really given us viable options. I think this would be much needed where the infrastructure has been established, where the industries are already established, and then you can take the stock. But right now, the situation we foresee is once you add tax to our hide and skin and to our wheat bran, that means the business person, the exporter, is also going to add that tax at their end price. That means when we go to the East African community and beyond, our products is going to be more expensive. So with that expense, it's going to make us less competitive. That is one. Two, even for, again, the SMEs, we may not be able to absorb this additional cost. So really, we're feeling like government should quickly really help to incentivize and work on these value chains, ensure that there's actually industries that are going to be able to take on these. And then in the same spirit, of course, we've seen an increase on the on the imports for home use. So there's a charge that has now been borne, again, that I think has been done by some other countries like Kenya to be able to promote buying Uganda. But again, it's an extra cost. So that all means that every business, every private person will have to bear this cost in the end price. So I'd like to stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will leave you with a question that is a bit political, but because you have introduced the politics embedded within the taxation. Very good, we are doing all the infrastructure, the railways are going to run all over the place. But with these kinds of remarks that you have ended with, will there be business on those roads, on those rails, to make the value come out of them? Just take note of that question and pack it. It was intended for the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for East African Affairs, but it's a technical question before we bring the politics of it to you later on. Those of you who are taking her notes, please, when she's back, make sure it is something that we need to be looking into. Because if you do these things, and then I hear the tariff here, a tariff there, I may find it easier not to use the standard gauge railway and instead import my things from China and they come by air. Then what is the standard gauge railway about? These are complications that we need to be addressing. I don't know whether Madam Diana Mchoge is online and ready to be received. I want to receive, she's in the second panel, but because of TV, NTV gave us some good time, but they have a 1 o'clock news, breaking news that they want to tell the rest of the world out of here. So I want to bring in some members of the second panel to come in here and then prepare your questions. We'll be asking all those questions in the same direction. Is she ready? And you're going to have more people. Please, my other panelists, come and sit here. Anna here wants some company. There is a lady on your program, but there is a man in the room. So sometimes women are the other word of women. It's women, but women sometimes know how to double check and take the slots. I'll also have Mr. Kagwa. You will be coming back here only for questions. You have already told us, but please come and take your seat. You'll be having some questions. Hilda Tumuhe, I don't know where you are. You may want to come and give Anna here some company. I only see some men surrounding her. She may want to have some company. We are on air with Diana Mchoge, who is a Policy Research and Advocacy Officer, African Forum and Network on Debt and Development. That is AfroDad, I guess. I was just in Harare for that mission. I sit on the board of AfroDad. So privileged to introduce to you one of my own who works for us on matters of debt and development. Diana Mchoge, please. IT team, bring her on board.
Very much on the part of this meeting, and we really appreciate the input. So good morning or good afternoon to Honorable Minister who is present. Good afternoon to you. So I'll just go right into the presentation, which will cover elements of debt as per the thematic area of discussion on fiscal and debt policy harmonization. But I will also focus my presentation on the SADC Parliamentary Finance Management Model Law, which can be a learning point for the East Africa community. So very quickly, in terms of the debt context, and the previous speaker has actually touched on this, in terms of the debt levels that are being experienced by the East African countries. And we know that Kenya is actually in debt distress. Uganda continues to have sustainable to in the medium term, but will also at high risk of debt distress. And then Rwanda is sustainable with a moderate risk at high risk of debt distress. And the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, remains at moderate risk of debt distress, recover because of oil, but also has moderate risk to high risk of distress. So this is just the context in terms of how our countries are doing. And then also the debt actually crowds out investment in critical sectors such as health, education, and social protection. And we know that countries are spending more in terms of servicing their debt as opposed to social sector servicing, as much as 25 times more servicing their debt over health. And then we also have increased borrowing from external sources, which has increased risks of currency depreciation. And then public debt has led to crowding out of private investment in the regions, because when governments borrow heavily to finance their expenditure, they tend to crowd out private investment by increasing interest rates. And then high interest in debt levels has led to downgrading of majority of East Africa community members' credit rating. And this has been seen with Rwanda, which was downgraded recently, reducing its access to international capital markets. And we also have the example of Kenya, where recently Kenya was downgraded, and it also led to Kenya being crowded out of capital markets. So in terms of the SADC Parliamentary Forum model law, just to give us an overview, it actually serves as a benchmark and a guiding legal instrument for national parliaments to reinforce their domestic legal framework on public finance management. And the model law was adopted during the 51st Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which was in 2022. And the overarching objective is to ensure that national parliaments in SADC are enabled to conduct their legislative, budgetary, and oversight functions for public finance management in a way that is transparent, efficient, and responsive to the needs of SADC citizens. So once again, just sharing on what the SADC member states or the SADC community, the need that they had to be able to come up with a model law that actually governs public finance management, to be able to efficiently manage their resources, prudently manage their debt, and efficiently raise taxes within the region. So this is a learning point for EAC. In terms of public debt management, the model law provides for legally binding debt ceiling for the different SADC countries, a public debt strategy, an annual debt statement that should be tabled in the different parliaments within the SADC member states, and scrutiny of borrowing decisions. Additionally, the model law looks at improving the efficiencies of tax collection and spending tax revenues, setting legislative benchmarks in terms of spending and managing public finance, and then looking at aspects of preventing money laundering, funding terrorism, and preventing illicit financial flows. And then an importance, again, the significance of the model law is also in terms of revenue generation and mobilizing of revenue to be able to ensure governments are self-sustainable, good public financial management to reduce poverty, and also ensure prudent management of service delivery, and then also preventing corruption and facilitating compliance to trade laws. And then ideal investment climate to close the door for fraud, corruption, and disincentives for investment. And of course, ensuring transparency and accountability in terms of public finance management. So in terms of the role of Parliament, which is very important within the model public finance management law, they put the role of Parliament in terms of overseeing and controlling public finance management processes by having committee hearings and inquiries, having plenary questions and debates, having written and oral questions, providing ministerial statements, and also requires the Auditor General or other audit bodies to prepare and submit reports on actual or alleged financial irregularities. And in terms of borrowing, the model law provides for the Public Accounts Committee to publish and maintain a public debt parliamentary oversight strategy that will ensure monitoring the accrual of public debt, overseeing the management and servicing of public debt, and making recommendations for the reduction and control of public debt. So this is very important because it just provides an overview for countries within SADC to be able to manage their debts prudently by making those provisions. So just to also let us know that the model law is not binding in any way. It's used as a mirror by the SADC countries to be able to compare their national public finance management laws with what is contained in the model law. So looking at how do their public debt management laws or how do their public finance management laws regarding debt compared to what the model law provides for, and adapting some of those provisions to the national legislation. Of course, there have been challenges in terms of implementation of this, and one of them has been the issue of sovereignty in terms of questioning the model law, whether it overrules the national PFM legislation. And as I've explained, it does not do that. It provides guidance and also provides a picture or a mirror image of what countries can be able to do to improve their national public finance management systems. And then also there's been a challenge of low absorption by member states within SADC, but the SADC Parliamentary Forum has been working very hard to ensure creation within parliaments so that they can be able to actually start domesticating principles of the model law in their national legislation. So there's a lot of civic education that's going on, and this also requires political will from the member states to be able to implement the provisions of the model law. So what does this mean for the East Africa community? It's very important, and we are talking about regional integration, for the countries to come together and think about possibly having a model law on public finance management, which can actually touch on issues of debt. As we've seen, the countries within the EAC are struggling in terms of management of debt. And we do know that in the respective countries, we do have provision of the different parliamentary committees that look into public finance management. But it's important if the region can consider what the SADC region did, having a model law for the entire region that will be able to provide oversight in terms of the role of parliament, but also give guiding principles in terms of how the countries can manage their debt. And as you've seen within the model law, they do propose having a ceiling for the region. I understand that the East Africa community does have a debt ceiling that countries should keep to, be further strengthened by putting it, I leave it there and I look forward.
We seem to have lost out Diana, but she will be back. If you have any questions for her, we'll reach out. I think it is our internet problem, but these are the issues of trademark. East Africa to keep flagging to us that infrastructure matters, whatever it is critical. I want to invite the representative of Madame Maris Wanyera, who is the Acting Director Debt and Cash Management at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. He will introduce himself. Sometimes when people change, they change titles. And so please go ahead and introduce yourself ably well, so that people know everything. Since you haven't resigned from government, you're not headed for parliament. And I want to recognize the honorable members of parliament who are with us, Honorable Hanifa Nabukera, Mukono District. You may want to wave at these voters. Some of them, who knows, they know somebody in that constituency who matters to us. Honorable Stella Polot Isodo, Woman MP Ngora District. We are privileged to have you here. We know the heat is elsewhere, so we really can't take this for granted for you to find time for us. And Honorable Serikali Joel Ntwetwe Chankwanzi District. You are welcome. And of course, the ELA will be stepping in shortly. My friend, you introduce yourself and then you give us some 5 minutes or so of the gist of the matter, then we can continue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhumuza. My name is Paul Oktoy. I'm a commissioner for debt policy and issuance at the Ministry of Finance. I am standing in for the acting director, debt and cash policy at the Ministry of Finance, who is not able to be with us here. Now, you know, debt is a topic that is very difficult to discuss. On one hand, the citizens want services, and on the other hand, the citizens don't want to pay taxes, some of them, and then on the other hand, some people don't want debts, but they want to drive on first-class roads. So it's a topic that normally draws a lot of attention. Back to the topic on leveraging debt for inclusive growth. All member countries within the ESC try as much as possible to subscribe to the East African macroeconomic convergence criteria that provides that for debt thresholds, for example, not exceeding 50% of GDP, aspects of borrowing and deficits, including grants not exceeding 3% of GDP and deficits exceeding grants not exceeding 6% of GDP. Now, over time, because of increased spending, the deficit has been rising across the region. But what is critical is that this deficit has been rising on account of the need to finance critical game-changing infrastructure projects that are expected to drive economic growth around the region, including economic investments around economic corridors, including investments in opportunities and drivers of the economy, name it energy, transport, social services, human capital development, and so forth. Now, also, the ESC countries, including Uganda, have now, because of the pressures, diversified the debt sources. Traditionally, we used to have concessional borrowing or financing from the likes of the World Bank, African Development Bank, the Islamic funds, and the IMF windows. But because of the pressures, we have gone into non-concessional financing, commercial financing, and domestic borrowing. And so this has seen generally an increase in domestic borrowing, largely across the region. But the countries are trying as much as possible to ensure that this is sustainable. I'm glad to note that our borrowing is still sustainable, so our debt is sustainable. One of the previous speakers actually alluded to this, and this attests to the prudent debt management strategy that government is implementing. Now, a number of instruments in terms of harmonization along the region have been put in place. For example, harmonized reporting. This is in place, and IMF has been supporting in actually improving the reporting frequency on the different aspects. There are still delays in terms of the timeliness of reporting across the region, but at least most of the countries have endeavored to make sure that the reporting is harmonized. If you go to our website, for example, Ministry of Finance, you'll always get up-to-date debt reports, statistics. Although the quarterly statistical bulletin that we do has a lag of about 2.5 months due to other aspects that we normally do in terms of harmonizing with the POU and so forth. Now, the investments that government is doing in line with the NDP that is ending the new NDP that is operationalizing the 10-fold growth strategy are anchored around the ATMs that the PSST talked to. Now, these investments are investments with the higher, in areas of higher return on investment. For example, if we invest borrowed funds in energy, recent studies have indicated that by you increasing rural electrification or increasing connectivity and access, you are able to trigger growth and welfare by about 40%. Now, that's where government is investing. We're investing in energy, we're investing in transport, the SGR, and so forth. And what we are trying to do is now to make sure that, one, we look for alternative sources of financing beyond, for example, the traditional funding or windows, but also get into international bonds. In the next 2 quarters in the new financial year, we will be mobilizing, for example, $405 million as government counterpart financing, but this time through issuing an Islamic bond, or what is called a sukuk bond. So most of the projects that the borrowing that we are going to do will be tagged to those critical projects. In the future, we'll also be issuing other bonds such as the Panda bonds, infrastructure bonds, including the one of Japan, Samurai bond. But this will all be tagged to particular projects. Now, even within the concessional windows, there are still opportunities. What we do, for example, in Uganda, we have the policy performance actions that we agree with the World Bank. For the year ending, we performed well, and so we're able to attract additional quota in the pot. So we are now setting for the next calendar year. So you can still leverage some additional concessional financing by making sure that you meet certain agreed upon policy actions. And that is what we are trying to make sure we leverage to be able to try to optimize the windows that are within still the concessional side, notwithstanding the challenges of still in project implementation of undisbursed loans that are a result of certain weaknesses that we had initially, but now those have been addressed regarding entry of projects and financing of projects, the readiness of projects. Now that is being addressed, including aspects of land acquisition and so forth. There are some risks, however, such as global risks that come on and off. Remember COVID, when we got out of COVID, the Russia-Ukraine war, and then of recent, that war in the Middle East. All these pose shocks to the financing that we actually plan for. For example, our debt is, by the end of the year, is projected to be at this fiscal year at 51.2%. But this was because the programmed borrowing during COVID was scaled down because of certain aspects, the certain operations that could not move on in government. So of course, our debt will move slightly above the East African macroeconomic convergence criteria, but that is expected over the medium term to normalize to the normal acceptable thresholds within our debt management strategy. Now, there are risks that are associated with debt, for example, foreign exchange risks. And what we are doing with that is that we have started doing what we call foreign exchange hedging. So through that, you're able to shift some of the risks that could actually increase your costs, either in terms of paying debt or in terms of borrowing, by working around aspects of the international offer rates, the LIBOR, the London Interbank Offer Rate, the EURIBOR, the European Interbank Offer Rate, and the SOFR. Now, we do some kind of hedging, and it has helped us in some of the aspects. I think around Karuma, we have already managed to save some amount of money as a result of that. That would have been actually a loss to us as a government. So, some opportunities, we need to continue with harmonization of debt recording, and reporting. We need to look at the aspects of introducing innovative solutions just locally. Ministry of Finance is planning to start what we call the saving project. We want Ugandans, wherever they are, to be able to invest in securities through their mobile phones. That will enable us to accumulate quite substantial amounts of money that will then exert a downward pressure on the interest rates in the domestic market. So soon, by the end of second quarter, we shall have launched this product. So Ugandans should be able to open to be able to save in the securities market, and that should be able to leverage for us additional financing at relatively lower rates. I thank you. I want to stop here.
Thank you very much. I hope saving I will not include Bafere. They move from our mobile phones to their own saving. But Bank of Uganda has taken care of those fellows. I hope you don't hear too many of them anymore. That's what governments do. I want also to recognize my all-time friend, Honorable Seungu, MP for Kalungu County, is in the house. Honorable, welcome. Where you are going, we can only offer you prayers. We are not voters in that space. So, but we will give you prayers. You've done us well as a country, and I want to believe your people are happy with you. Honorable Yovan Adrico, MP for Vura County, Arua District, is in the house. These are some of the investments we need to do every time I look at that road going to Arua, but also there is the Pakwach Bridge itself. The reason I'm raising this is Uganda exports most to Kenya and then to DRC and South Sudan. These are the routes. So if we can't invest in those routes, I don't know what risks we need to add into the risks you have listed for us. Good risks, foreign exchange risks. We know the coffee prices haven't behaved well of late. Those are some foreign exchange risks that actually may come out there. We are going to issue a Sukuk bond in the Middle East. Thank God the ceasefire is holding. I don't know whether that would have affected us. These are things we need to keep monitoring. Yesterday, NATO closed a meeting where they said now the Europeans must meet their own security concerns. 5% of their GDP must go to security. That means less of official development assistance. That means less of grants, which grants are key drivers in our budget and in our development agenda. So this meeting is really sitting live in the action. We must be in the VAR, but the action is happening right where you are. Take this meeting seriously. We'll have one more panelists, and then we'll open up this discussion to you. Please write down your questions, be ready to ask them. The answers will come. If they don't come, we'll make sure they come. Madam Hilda, you have the floor. You will be...
Yeah.
Hilda Tumuhe is policy analyst, debt and aid at SEATINI, and she's going to be talking to us on advocating for debt convergence secretariat and the ESC, a CSO perspective. CSO is civil society organization, just for clarity and to be sure.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mhumza, and the rest of the panelists. I'm glad to be here, and I'll just expound and also give a civil society perspective on what we see, especially on matters concerning public debt management in the ESC. So when we look at the IAMU protocol, that is the East African Monetary Union protocol. But clearly, first going back to the common market protocol, for us to be able to gain from the common market protocol, at least we should be able to attain macroeconomic convergence. And when you look at some of the key indicators under here, we have something on public debt that requires us to maintain our public debts at 50% of GDP, but in net value terms. And critically, it is important to note that, of course, some ESC partner states have been doing well over the years. Glad of Uganda, this has been maintained. But we see in the coming period, I think in the current budget, it's clear that he has also alluded to it, that this will, like the nominal debt to GDP will go beyond Yeah, but of course, the present value terms, our debt to the GDP will still be within the macroeconomic convergence. But it is important to note that some states have diverged from some of these principles. When you look at a state like Kenya, I think they even went ahead to set up like a debt ceiling, of about 55%. That is not in line with this. So I think the Right Honorable Kadaga mentioned it, that it is important to ask questions around whether we can actually converge, whether all the partner states can converge within a period of 3 years. This could be letting us behind. But importantly is on Article 9, I want us to critically look at Article 9 of the IAMO protocol that requires us to harmonize public debt management. And while he notes that most partner states are reporting on debt, but it is important to note that most of them, actually all, have not seen current debt statistics being reported in a timely manner. Say, for instance, that particular provision in the IAMO protocol requires us to have like debt statistical bulletins, quarterly statistical bulletins, and even our own ministry, I don't think we have it, yes, but does it come out on time? You noted that there is a time lag of 2.5 months. So for us to critically follow through the debt conversation, public debt comes in to replace when we don't have enough revenues raised from the revenue authorities. Of course, we have to borrow, and we are not against borrowing, but this is our money as citizens, and we need to, it's more of a social contract. We need to track public debt management. But it is also critical to note that there are several aspects. So, for instance, when it comes to several indicators in the debt management frameworks, I think I have not seen a common debt management framework across the ESC, but I can stand to be corrected. But I'll give a case in point, the one for Uganda, the public debt management framework. There is a new one in place, I think from last financial year. And we see several of the indicators that are clearly spelled out here are not on track. Say, for instance, the domestic debt to revenue, ratios. Even in the previous framework, this was at about 12%, that our domestic borrowing to revenue should not exceed 12.5%. But at the end of the public debt management framework period in 2022-23, this was at about 18.5%. This critically means that for every shilling we are collecting in domestic revenue, 18 shillings are going to pay domestic debt. While there has been an ongoing conversation from Ministry of Finance telling us that domestic borrowing is not really crowding out the private sector, for us as civil society, would like to diverge a bit from that. Why? Because we critically note that sometimes there is no bank that is willing to lend yield when there is government of Uganda that is going to borrow. You're a reliable borrower, and for sure you will pay. So it means that the cost of credit will actually be will be affected despite the magnitude, So it is important for our government to cap on this, and this has been the same aspect across the ESC. When you look at Kenya, they are also highly relying on domestic borrowing. Of course, we are cognizant of the fact that when you look at the global financial architecture, the cost of borrowing has been high. Yeah, we acknowledge that, but it goes back to the question of whether it's really sustainable in the long term for us to keep on taking on these expensive loans. So another issue around public debt management in the ESC that we critically note that we need a conversation around is on the issue of continued the issue of the quality of projects that we borrow for. That is, it goes back to public investment management. How are we managing these? And I think while we note that some partner states, Uganda, Kenya, have set up what we call the public investment management systems, but we critically note that there are still so many gaps when it comes to project implementation. While this has improved over the years, I think Uganda has even a public investment management unit, and we've seen increasing the improvement in project management, but we still see problems around when it comes to project implementation, we still see the quality, the value for money. We are not seeing the required dividends coming up. Why? One, probably you took on these projects when they are not ready. I think Auditor General over the years has also alluded to this. You're talking about the issues of right of way. I think the other week we had a dialogue on state of the economy, whereby we critically realized that some ongoing projects, infrastructure projects currently are still facing certain challenges like those. I think one of our panelists from the World Bank pointed us to projects like the Kampala Expressway. Some of these are still taking long to set off, yet the government still pays commitment fees. So it goes back to the question of value for money. What we need as civil society is if you're borrowing on our behalf as citizens, even our unborn babies will have to pay this debt. So it is critical to have a harmonized framework on debt management such that we can benefit from the ESC at large. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Hilda. That is the voice on behalf of the people. Some people have taken it to another level. A senator in Kenya has 2 chambers like America, has actually sued government for what they call odious debt, that the government borrowed on a wrong premise for the citizens. So these matters are that serious, and this is within the EAC. I don't know who next in Uganda may come in. Is there any other honorable member of parliament have not recognized? Please let your details come to me before NTV leaves us, because I know it reaches your constituency. They need to know you are working for them while you go back there. But this is our meeting, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see a few hands. If you have questions, they may be directed to any of the panelists here. They may be directed to the people who spoke earlier. Alan Nasanga is still with us from the Revenue Authority. Kafero is there, and any of the other people. But even if you have nobody to direct any question to, just ask it. We'll find a way of sorting it out here or later. Yes, I have one hand there. I have another second hand, a third hand, number 4 and number 5. So we have number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. I hope I don't get to number 7. That sometimes walks somebody into State House. Okay, number 6. We'll first hold it there, and then we'll see whether we have to enter State House.
Thank you so much, moderator Emmanuel Ongierto Mobonyo, the MP for Jonam in Pakwach district. 2 things I want to bring forward, particularly to our friend from the Ministry of Finance. And one of them is actually related to what the Minister of Finance stated when he was reading the budget. And he stated, and everybody knows, that every time one of the key successes we talk about is that all our major border points are connected with tarmac. I don't know what definition you have for Goli, which is in Nebi. And actually, the moderator, you remember you talked about that connectivity to Congo, and for us, Goli is the main one. And then there is one in Padea, which is in Zombo. And I can tell you from Nebi town, going upwards, it's terrible. The road there is terrible. And I can say, we feel extremely bad when people talk about those successes, and this particular one remains the way it is. It's so bad for us. That is one. Then number 2, talk about the railways. And I keep hearing every time people talk about the railways, they want to stop in Gulu. But the meter gauge originally would go up to Pakwach. And these days when people are talking about the railways, they stop in Gulu. And we are asking ourselves again, what is happening? So please, Ministry of Finance, you need to look at that. Thank you. Those were my 2 areas of concern.
very vital areas. The ministry is represented by 2 people here plus others. Right on the same table. Let's clear that table. And then we'll cross over to this table.
Thank you, Moderator. I'm Maituka Isaac Joaquino. I'm the Member of Parliament for Upper Madi County, West Nile Sub-Region. My concerns go to Ministry of Finance, and when we look at the economic drivers identified by Ministry of Finance, we have industrialization, we have tourism development, we have mineral development, science and technology. But I want to address my issue to agro-industrialization, because now we have PDM, which is based on agriculture. We have other sources of funds, which now the government has injected in the community to alleviate poverty and definitely improve the domestic revenue. To Ministry of Agriculture, I want to find out what strategies they have for mechanization of agriculture. Because I remember a year and a half ago, Ministry of Finance through Ministry of Agriculture donated tractors to districts in northern Uganda. But 99% of these tractors were donated with the missing parts. And the Ministry of Agriculture kept saying, Ministry of Finance has not provided funds to procure the missing parts of these tractors. And along the way, they are redundant in the communities. And I think when we talk about agro-industrialization, we need to do something about that. Similar to that is the issue of the road infrastructure. When we look at Pillar 2 of the PDM, it is concerned with infrastructure and economic development. I thank you. You talked about the development of roads in the Congo by the government of Uganda. But now when we look at the funds that you give as Minister of Finance to the sub-counties, I have sub-counties that receive 1.2 million shillings for road works at sub-county level. So the monies have shrinked, the roads are broken, people cannot even move with whatever they produce. So what strategies do you have in place for that? Then to maybe whoever also can respond to that, the issue of somebody talked about zero tolerance to corruption. And in fact, in many of the issues, we found that one of the causes why we're having all this debt burden is failure to manage corruption. For how long shall we have a scarecrow approach to fight corruption? Today, you arrest somebody who has stolen on the industrial scale. The following day, even before the sun sets, the person is out, because that's scot-free. But the chicken thief is the one rotting in our prisons. So what strategies do we have on that? I thank you.
Thank you.
Those are the issues I wanted to put.
Thank you very much. That was number 2. Let's cross over to that table. That is number 3. We moved up to number 6. Number 7 must strictly be a lady, or else we are not entering State House.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm Frederick Bombo from Butambala District. Now, this was for Honorable Kadaga, but I heard that we have a representative from the East African whatever. I'm asking if the only 3 countries subscribe to the EAC, and we have now over 7 countries or 8. In order for all what we are deliberating on to move on, there has to be a political will. Now, if at that level there is no will, how do we expect to move on with all these policies we are putting in place and all that kind of stuff? Secondly, this goes to the Minister of Finance. My sister already has highlighted some of the projects that were approved years ago, and they have not picked up to this date. And all these projects have got financial implications, just as she has said. You have those commitment fees, interest, and all that kind of stuff. All this has to do with the debt. And I'm asking our members of parliament who are here, the oversight role of these projects. They will tell us about how they are actually supervising the implementation of these projects. Because the problem we have these policies in place, they are good, they are what, but when it comes to implementation, that's where we have a lot of issues. So I would like to end here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Political will is a question here, not just because of subscription or the lack of it, but even those who have subscribed are passing laws and taxes that are against the spirit of the ESC. So political will, do we have that, or do we need Trump to join us in our ESC meeting? Who was number 4? Be quick, so that we can give as many comments as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Andrew Bakwaraho. I do research and write most of the time. And I'm here representing East Africa Budget Network. My issue is about comparative, directing resources to sectors where we have comparative advantages, like agriculture. Agriculture happens to employ most of our laborers, or close to 70% of them, but it continues to receive minimal budget allocations, less than 5%, according to what I've read in the budget frameworks. So our policymakers, what strategy are there to raise the budget allocations in this sector where most of our people are employed? Secondly is on exporting scarce basic commodities. Do we export surpluses, or we are exporting goods that are not, we don't produce adequately? And this is a very serious issue, because someone was talking about surplus food, and you have more than close to 40% of our children are malnourished. So how do you again boost? And you are talking of growth. If you talk of growth, are we, and definitely there is growth, but are we growing together? Can we grow together? Can we achieve inclusive growth?
Thank you.
Thirdly, there's something small. Something small.
Just be quick in one.
Then another issue is modification of our crops. We know our crops, our food crops, our exports, as a country, had an advantage over the rest of the goods on international market, because they are organic. Because organic, in a sense, we never spray, we never use these herbicides. Now, if you modify them, you start spraying, you start using these other fertilizers, most of them which are even fake. What becomes of our competitive edge?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I think you've linked it well. Even before we use the herbicides, we don't have enough food. There is somebody just behind you. We are importing a lot of food from Tanzania, by the way, in case you are not aware. But also we are exporting enough food to South Sudan and the DRC. We are really an interesting country, and we need to understand these issues from this meeting. Yes, sir, your 2 minutes begin now, if not 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Doctor, and thank you so much for the good moderation. My name is John Robert Tuliachira. I'm an East African citizen, and I'm very happy that this discussion has taken an East African approach. I'm the Executive Director of the African Green Earth Network, and I'm going to talk about just 2 issues. Number one, in my assessment, and I think all of us in the room agree that the biggest threat to the East African economy and the budgeting process is the issue of climate change. And I would like to ask the colleague from the Ministry of Finance to share with us how much money have we borrowed to respond to the effects of climate change, but that money has actually not played its role, because we see that in ATMs we have A, which is agriculture. We see that agriculture is both a contributor to climate change, but also is vulnerable to climate change. And most of the East African citizens are vulnerable. In the communities, they are vulnerable to the effects of climate change. But we see that time and again, we see that the government is trying to borrow money to ensure that the citizens are climate resilient, that we promote climate smart agriculture, but that money usually doesn't play its role. And we are concerned as citizens and as members of civil society. So I'd like to hear from you how much has been borrowed. Finally, I'd also like to call and ask why we cannot have a harmonized approach as East Africans, a harmonized approach to climate change. Because you see, like, for example, we have the East African climate change policy. And I'd like to hear someone from Iyala. What are we doing to ensure that we have an East African Climate Change Act, to ensure that we have an East African harmonized approach combating climate change? Because look at, for example, Uganda, our approach to greening our economy and reduce greenhouse gas emissions is that by 2030 we should have reduced our greenhouse gas emissions to the tune of 24.7%. When we look at, for example, Kenya has even gone ahead in the Kenya Climate Change Act to even amend and introduce how they can tap opportunities in the carbon trade and carbon markets. But you see that we are taking a disjointed approach. Why don't we harmonize as East Africans? You see that when you go at the global level, we're able to negotiate and be able to tap some of the climate change opportunities that are available, especially in the green climate financing, to help our people to cope with the effects of climate change, especially at the East African level. Thank you so much.
Your point has been noted. I've only these, you had your hand up. I think somebody snatched your slot, but I'll give it back to you.
Thank you very much.
Just be quick. I have two more hands and then I close.
Yes,
but I won't leave you until a lady speaks to us. Okay, I got one. You, the two gentlemen there, and then we close with a lady. Oh, there's another lady there.
I have two questions.
Be quick. Right?
One of them is the fact that all of us as Ugandans, we are aging. And non-communicable diseases are a reality to all of us who are aging. My question is to Minister of Finance. What does it take to convince you that National Health Insurance Scheme is good for all of us and it can create the social protection that every one of us needs?
Good.
The other one?
That should be your last one.
Yes.
Hope it's as brief as the first. You've been good on that so far.
Civil society has been failed by finance to better advocate or make input in either taxes or budget, just because the justifications are not shared with us. Will you please help us? Thank you.
Well, they failed or they failed. They will answer that. I have an issue with somebody who bought tractors without complete parts. Why didn't they buy fewer tractors with everything, rather than buying 100 tractors and then they have nothing? That's a procurement issue I'll take up with the Minister of Agriculture procurement team. So finance, you don't need to answer that. It's work in progress. Yes, sir, your minute.
Yes, thank you, moderator. I'll pick it up from during your moderation. You mentioned issue of South Sudan and DRC. My name is Richard Obedi. I work as the Executive Director of the Populace Foundation International. As an organization, we do policy research and advocacy in the area of migration, environment, and climate change. And my colleague Robert has actually ably elaborated how the glaring gaps in addressing some of those concerns. Still, the question goes to Minister of Finance. Dr. Deep, Development Response to Displacement Impacts Projects in Refugee Hosting District. And my district, Lamore, is hosting refugees. But looking at the World Bank criteria of how Dr. Deep was grossly mismanaged as a country, and yet the migration taking place from South Sudan and DRC, and to a great extent Sudan because of the war and other displacement factors or trigger factors. Now, the question is, how can government of Uganda be put to be held accountable in managing Dr. Deep too? Because Dr. Dib one has grossly been mismanaged. And even the Auditor's General report actually pointed to that, because the communities where some of these projects should be done, they're actually not even benefiting. And some of these monies are being mismanaged at the national level. Yet some of these, the people actually receiving the end, they're receiving the devastation in terms of environment and land, they're actually at the grassroots, not at the national level. Then maybe the very quick one is, the treaty seems to be restrictive. And the Right Honorable Prime Minister pointed that Kenya, and let's run away from this issue of seniority of the member states, and then maybe the founder syndrome. For me, okay, Kenya seems to be doing its own thing. And why don't we move with countries, much as they're struggling or they're not meeting some of their contributions or obligation in terms of contribution, but can we harness some of the opportunities that we have? And again, I put Kidgum all the more because of the porous borders, and with this movement that comes in from the refugees and other migrants and asylum seekers, and then this goes to trademark. If you could benchmark ability in a Marupe border post to be, I don't know the criteria how one-stop border post normally comes in, but put that district or that border post into perspective, because it will harness a number of things. Because, for instance, there's Okuru International Border Market, and then the road from Kitgum to Misingo is actually a Pan-African road, and there's Okuru International Border Market, which is a COMESA project. And if we can harness that instead of struggling with countries that are playing on the games of seniority of member states and founder member syndrome, will harness a number of opportunities that are not being tapped. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On your table, there's one gentleman on that table. The gentleman on that table, and then I'll cross to the lady and to the lady, and I know where I'm going to end up. Please be brief.
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Maria Fred. I'm from Startboom Digital. I just have two questions. They're all going to trademark. One, I have been able to attend these conversations, I think, more than 4 times now. And I recommend what SEATINI is doing. But one thing that I have noted that is persistent is the lack of technological advice in terms of the ideas discussed here. One, the intra-Africa trade will not happen, and it will not, without technological advancement of factors that can enable that. I know people that have formed applications. I know people that have developed softwares, but governments are locked. The Ministry of ICT is like, it has its own people it works with. It never involves any other people to bring their ideas. We need to break these barriers. Number 2, corruption. We keep talking about corruption as a major factor as to why many businesses and many institutions are not raising the money that they are supposed to raise. The former speaker just mentioned, they don't have resources to host meetings. It's a shame. It's a shame to say we are East African community and only 4 member states are paying, but on the map every time you're gazetting all the members. It's a big shame that somebody in Congo right now is not participating here. Somebody in Sudan is not participating here. Technology will make that cheaper. Why do we even keep convening all these conferences when we don't have resources? Let's deploy that and then reduce the physical interactions. Governments are spending too much money. Organizations are here spending too much money. Put that money into these tech hubs and let us develop the softwares that can save us the hefty budgets and the corruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The lady to your right. I finally found a very good number of ladies. Yes, you have the floor.
Moderator. My name is Omsha Prudence. I'm an entrepreneur and a businesswoman. My question is, like, what measures will be taken for East African countries to comply with tariffs? You know, we always find it difficult to take our goods out of Uganda, yet those other countries find it easy to bring their goods within our country. Like, what measures will be taken? Let's say that if Kenya is not complying to the agreements that they have had with within East Africa,
All right.
Then another question is about having East African standards, let's say for production. Do you find when we are having the same fee, the same amount, to make it easy for all East African countries to produce at the same rate? We already say that Kenya has developed so much compared to Uganda. Joe, like Kenya has made their production fee, like their subscription fee, very low compared to Uganda. But overview, if we make it standard for all East African countries to make it easy and to promote production in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right in front here. Right to the front. I'm standing in between people's lunch, and I know some have non-communicable diseases that without national health insurance can only be cured by a plate of food. So please be brief.
Thank you so much, Mumza. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, panelists. I think, Mumza, first of all, I want to start from where you have ended on the issue of non-communicable diseases. And I was here having a conversation with Honorable, and we're talking about in the civil society fraternity, how we have lost 2 people in a shortest time, with due respect, and may their souls rest in peace. Madam Margaret Akero, from who worked a lot on girls' issues at Plan International, and last week where we laid Peter, I can't mention the other name, from Oxfam, and seemingly,
Kamalingin.
Yeah, Kamalingin, and seemingly both of them passed on because of cancer, and having stayed many days in India. There is a lot of noise. Thank you. And they gave me the microphone because I never wanted to talk. I was a little bit breathing.
Just be quick.
Yes. So my question, I don't know whether it is a question because I'm also interested in the budgets and tax and debt, but I wanted to take this back to Mr. Kagwa. I think Mr. Kagwa, many times we have met at World Bank. And I think this year, April, you were also there where the conversation was on job creation and innovation. But again, looking at what is happening now and where Minister of Finance had reached in terms of gender responsiveness and maybe tax responsiveness, and considering the number of people that are still passing on from those further hospitals, where do you think we need to be innovative in terms of building our own hospitals so that we can be able to keep our people here and use the funds that we have so that we don't spend more on that? Lastly, I think it is a comment, it goes to trade. I think we still have a very big problem, and I will speak on behalf of the women in business and those that trade around alongside the borders. I think we still have a very big problem in terms of awareness. And not awareness for those only who don't know how to read and write, but even us who would want to go into trade. But then we don't know exactly how much tax are we supposed to pay and which tax, because we seem like we continue paying direct and indirect taxes without knowing. And in the 3 months, we find women are no longer in business. I would have loved to talk about, lastly, Mr. Kagwa, how can Minister of Finance help us to continue having a conversation on what Tudiachira is talking about? Climate change is becoming a problem. And when every investor comes here, maybe for carbon trading, the Uganda is just saying it is okay. Tax exemptions. But again, talking for women again, we still suffer in terms of how are we going to manage the little land that we have, and how are we going to manage having food security when there is no money for climate change? Mr. Kagwa, is that a hard question?
Thank you. You are saying
Thank you
continuing
so
the
much.
conversations, you know where to find each other. Honorable Sewungu, you are, as a teacher, one of the things you taught was summary, but also you need to be holding your words for the constituency. So you're going to be brief, I know, but I can't miss out your contribution to this meeting.
Thank you, Doctor and moderator. I'm sorry I came in late, but I tried to ask from my neighbors what has been taking place. And whatever I'm going to submit, I don't think I will have gone out of what was said before I came in. One, the lady I met on the screens gave a very good contribution where she said that the good public financial management, all our interests should be rotating on good financial management. But doctor, whenever we meet as East African community, our major interest would be knowing the performance of our other countries vis-a-vis the budgetary performance. Let me say this. We have seen many agreements being signed and a number of functions commissioning projects. For example, at one time the 3 states or the East African states commissioned the construction of a modern railway system. And in Kenya, as we talk now, you cannot get a space on their train going to Mombasa during Christmas time if you have not booked by now. In Tanzania, it's the same story. In Uganda, your train starts from Nambole to Kampala here, and the road system. So what is the performance? Then when you go to the public debt policies, what is happening in Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi? We need to know that. And that's what I was expecting from the panel. When we get those comparisons, we look at our performances. Here in Uganda, we have a public debt of 97 trillion. And out of that, we have 44 trillion in domestic debt, 52 trillion in external debt. What is the impact of these debts on our revenue? We need to know that. And what is happening in Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, and others. As I was sitting there, I also listened to the gentleman talking about investing securities on mobile phones. The gentleman between the two ladies, I don't know his name, I'm sorry. I don't know that it takes time to study what's happening in rural areas. As we talk now in Uganda, many rural people, people in the rural areas in our constituencies are busy borrowing money using phones. And after borrowing, they switch off that number, they use another one. So he calls, he says, Honorable, I'm sick, but when you are sending money, don't send on this number because they are going to take away the money. They are demanding me, but send on the other number. So for him, he's looking at that. What research, what interest has he taken in the performance of all that? A number of presenters, including my fellow NRM members, who are crying about roads in their areas, but they first deal the budget in their own caucus. Now they are crying before you here. But they are talking about PDM. We don't have any evaluation of Emyoga, Bagagawale, Steady Progress, and Tandikwa, but now they are talking about PDM. Uganda's fiscal policy is in a sick bay. You like it or not. We need to take keen interest, but we cannot achieve that by looking at the performance of our member states and we look at our failures to correct them. If we don't do that, I'm sorry to say that we are not performing in good faith. Because I came from Masaka yesterday. We spent 2 hours in Iwera because they're working at the road, and that was around 11 in the night. So 2 hours start, and the goods are being transported to Kenya, from Kenya to DRC, to other countries. And that's the country you have. You have bridges not worked on. They break, you can't work on them. So those are the areas I want to talk about. But lastly, what are the effects of failure? Uganda borrowing from domestic borrowing to cater for salaries of civil servants. You are borrowing from Ugandan banks, Bank of Africa, Ecobank, and you are going to pay for teachers' salaries, where you have even put discrepancies against science teachers vis-a-vis arts teachers, humanities. And you think you are performing. How do you borrow money from an entire domestic Ugandan bank to pay for salaries? That's why I was arguing with Kasaija the boss of that gentleman, Mr. Agwa, who will never tell you the truth whenever he's around. But he will continue hiding facts that the country is performing well, whereas inwardly he knows the truth about Uganda's economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I could even have added borrowing to pay MPs' allowances, but Honorable Sewungu left that as an obvious open secret. Yes, it's an open secret. I want to get back to the panelists here to give us quick ones so that we don't get issues. But also we saw the other day, should we be building hospitals when we can't recruit the doctors? If you've seen social media, Director Mwebesa told us he wanted 16 doctors. He got 1,400 applications. Growing up, doctors never even used to apply because the need is there and the need was there. How did we get here? How do we deal with these dynamics? Has past debt helped us to invoke trade that we can tax and pay salaries without going to a commercial bank? I mean, there are quite issues that we need to be addressing here, but I want to leave them. Anna, you came first, really, and I have had some things for you there. I really had my own experience in West Nile when I wanted to leave, and it took me almost 20 hours to get back to Kampala because I went to one ferry and the ferry had not been working. Then they told me rush to the other one, Laropi. The road to Laropi was also not very short. I ended up crossing at 8 p.m. and was in Kampala at 4 a.m. But this is how difficult it is for some of these things. Some people have invited me to Fort Portal. I'm still working out if somebody has a helicopter and I piggyback. That is a tourism road from Mitiana going to Chenjojo. This is a coffee area. So some of these things are really with us and we need to face them. You deal with the trademark East Africa, but maybe also need to be trademark Uganda. We have internal things. I don't want to bias your answers, please.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for all the remarks that have been made here. Dr. Muhumza, you asked me a question and then you partly answered it on whether our roads, railways, whatever infrastructure is being done will actually have any goods. You said it yourself. We trade mostly with our East African country partners, the DRC, South Sudan, and then Kenya is our gateway, biggest gateway to the rest of the world. So yes, there will be traffic. There will be commodities that will be traded there. Also, if you talk about the issue of the railway, you see with the standard gauge railway, we already have it going all the way to Naivasha. Once we have the Naivasha, Malaba to Kampala, instead of taking 7 days to coming from goods from Mombasa to Kampala, it will take only 1 day because it's really an easy way through and there's no changing of goods from rail to trucks or anything else. So it is no game changer. No mind changer, it's a game changer. But also looking at efficiency, we'll talk about the border posts that have already been established and rehabilitated. The border posts of Busia and Malaba, just to give an example, when they were refurbished, the traffic then was about 400 trucks a day. Now, on average, we have about 2,000 trucks per day at either Malaba or Busia. So that has led, of course, to the broadening to other borders like Swam and Wahaha. But so figure out if we have the railway coming through, again, Malaba to Gulu to Pakwach, that I think the Ministry of Works has also mentioned is in the plans. We just hope the execution happens sooner than later. That will be a game changer. We should also use the water. We have blue economy, we have the Lake Victoria. Bukasa Port is very much needed. So again, we appreciate that the government is looking at it. But again, just using the water to get to Kisumu, just like we've seen the oil barges that go to Bwerenga Kauku. 150 trucks off the road, all going on one barge. It makes it much, much easier for trade and efficiency. I've had a lot of conversations going on again to do with our climate responsibilities and sustainabilities. So by intermodal transportation, going from the air, going via rail, going via the water, it makes us more responsible on our carbon emissions. And now we're already seeing where our goods are needed, especially in Europe, that demand is there. We're being told convert to water, convert to the rail. So for instance, our avocado exports now are going via the water and the roads. Again, I would like to, I take notes of considering, again, rehabilitation of border posts in Kitgum. Right now, we as Trademark Africa working with the EU on the borders of DRC. It's going to be a lot of work with women, capacity building, work with the government officials at different borders. We'll be working again at Goli, at Vura, at Paida, and Ntoroko. And then, of course, that border that is mirroring that on the DRC side. And then I would like to appreciate the, again, call for digital considerations. The digital protocol at the AFCFTA was signed on in February 2025. So again, it's a game changer. As Trademark Africa, we do use a lot of digital innovations to be able to improve efficiency. And of course, we work with innovators in Africa in doing this. Because I know everybody wants to listen to Mr. Kagwa as opposed to myself, I just want to add my voice to the honorables and leaders from Goli and Pakwach that yes, having the road refurbished is a dire need. Working with Trademark Africa, working with the British money. I saw a representative here from FCDO, Mr. Stephen Allor. I've lost where you are now, but he was here. They helped us to develop this border post, working with the British and also Denmark governments. But again, the road now that takes you there, just connecting from Pakwach to Goli, is terrible. So it counteracts whatever developments have been made there. So looking forward to more submissions here. Thank you.
Quite an interesting one. You have hinted on something that Alvin Mutebi has raised on some of these roads and railways that are actually empty. I was checking the records with URA at some point, clearing 800 trucks coming in, and when they are going out, only half of those are carrying something. So we need to balance between the infrastructure and what the infrastructure will carry. Because if that doesn't happen, then we'll never pay back the debt that we have incurred on those infrastructure. These tractors must work, but also something must happen elsewhere. So the balance is really a question we are going to throw out there. Looks like my friend Okitoi has decided to pass his notes and his time to his boss, rightly so.
As a civil servant, you start with your senior.
Yeah, I really wanted you to be the first so that your senior will end, to avoid you being contradicted by your senior or you contradicting your senior. Protocol demands you come first. But even my alphabet here, I'm just following the straight line.
All right, thank you very much. A lot has been said around issues of domestic borrowing, but I think this is looking at practical economics. Yes, Doctor, you taught us in Makerere that when government borrows from the domestic market, then it crowds out the private sector. On one side, true. On the other side, not true. Why? If government borrows from the domestic market at between 12 and 17%, for example, and then gives this money to UDC, to UDB, and UDB lends this money to the private sector at between 8 and 12%. Those are rates at which the private sector would not get from the commercial banks, even if government didn't borrow. If government gets this money and gives the microfinance support center, which lends at subsidized rates to SACCOs and individuals, government in a way has actually subsidized the private sector. The money that is going for PDM, for Emioga that the Honorable talked about, and all these other funds, they're actually intended for driving the economy. So while government may be borrowing expensively, this money actually finds itself with the private sector through the available private sector schemes. So that is the other side that we need to actually appreciate. Two, the Uksevinga is a savings arrangement where individuals save their money by through having investments in the securities market. And so they are not borrowing, but they are saving. And they're able to get interest. So instead of you saving with some institution and you are getting interest of 2% per annum, 3%, 5%, if you save by investing in securities, then an individual with his 3 or 5 million is able to get, if has bought, for example, a bond, is able to get an interest of 17%. So this is actually a better way of investing by the population. And that is what that platform is intended to do, but also mobilizing money and exerting a downward pressure on the interest rates in the domestic market once you have a pool of resources from the non-competitive bidders in the securities market at the level of the primary dealer level, primary dealer banks level. Now, maybe final on climate change and climate smart. What I know is that the government has worked on a number of frameworks. The strategy, the policy, and even the guidelines are being developed to enable aspects of carbon trading. So this is already being done by government. And in terms of preparing for climate, climate shocks, as part of the PIMS process, the Public Investment Management System of government, all the new projects that are now being designed are taking into account aspects of climate adaptation and resilience, and all this is being programmed in the designs of infrastructure projects. But also on the other side, government is investing. We have a loan of about $224 million with the Ministry of Agriculture on climate smart agriculture. And there's quite some financing that government has sourced, but that is targeted towards making sure we have food security, we have sustainability elements around irrigation and so forth in the country. So there are efforts around that angle. And maybe I can stop here, but I know the civil society participates effectively in our budget processes. Moderator, you can attest to this. We take chair. Moderator, I need to be protected, and from honorable.
You have the protection.
So we have a representation of ACORD and CSBAG throughout all the processes, and they even attend some of our strategic and critical planning meetings. And of recent, they have actually been participating even throughout the budget week. So we are part and parcel of the civil society right from the budget formulation processes. Thank you very much. The rest, I think my senior, who is also representing the PSST, will handle. Thank you.
Who is actually finance? I had people addressing him as
Minister of Honorable Serungu. My name is Paul Oktoy. I'm the Commissioner for Debt Policy and Issuance. So I'm also in charge of domestic borrowing.
The two of you are going to have lunch on the same table to continue with the conversation. There are quite a number of issues, really. For us who remain in the academia, we enjoy some of these discussions. It doesn't make sense for government to borrow at 17%, capitalize UDB, and tell UDB to lend at 12%. There is a subsidy there. So who is subsidizing the UDB borrowers? And then when you end up borrowing, the others who are not in UDB borrowing end up borrowing at 30% because the banks lend to government. So there is an interesting conversation there, but that's a dissertation we are going to work on for policy, not just for academic purposes, with my friend Oktoy, now that he's in debt and cash, those kinds of things. Hilda, you participating?
Sure, I would actually be glad to join the team of Dr. Anne, the one that is working on that policy framework. Okay, I just want to allude to the fact that while we appreciate the incentive of borrowing from Stand Big and you capitalize the UDB, I want to affirm that it's very critical to note, however small the magnitude, you're crowding out the private sector. it actually affects the state of the economy. I would be glad to join the team that is working on that dissertation. But I also want to comment on a few things. Looking at government financing wealth creation programs, the PDM, the EMIOGA, it all goes back to who benefits. Are people actually benefiting? Who accesses the finances? Yeah, are they fully actually helping us to uplift the people from the non-monetary economy to the monetary economy to be able to contribute to economic growth? It goes back to all investment management. We've invested in the people, but are we realizing the dividends? Yeah. So it's a discussion of how do people actually benefit from these government programs. But on the other hand, I think Honorable Sewungu had mentioned on the fact that we didn't elaborate on the state of debt in ESC. I don't know, maybe you missed it, but I think we clearly stated that public debts, especially when you look at the state of domestic borrowing, it's really affecting us as a nation, but as ESC at large. When you look at Kenya's debt statistics, public debts, the debt servicing to revenue is above 60%. And this includes grants actually. So it means that every Kenyan shilling, if they collect 100 shillings in domestic revenue, they are using 60 of these to finance, to service their debts without the principal. And of course, Uganda is around 33%. Yeah. So we critically note that this actually crowds out other public finance spending, like public spending on critical sectors like health, education. Someone mentioned something on the health insurance scheme. I'm very sure that our duty bearers would want to give us health insurance, but it goes back to the question of where do we get the money? Do we go back and borrow? Do we raise more taxes? So that's the conversation we should have to be able to have sustainable financing options, but in an innovative way. Yeah. So those are some of my parting shots. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause, but we have Mr. Kagwa. The advantage he has really very many, but I'll just mention two things. His height prepares him for your questions. You can see that. Not many get to those levels, but also his experience at the ministry, getting to 30 years, if not more, prepares him really to answer. He can speak on behalf of the ministry, the minister, the PSST, and the Kagwa, we know, commissioner in terms of tax, but pretending over so many things. Sir.
Thank you for your kind words, and I really thank everybody who has asked questions and also made comments. I particularly liked the last comment I received from my friend, Honorable Sewungu, that I don't tell the truth. Good enough, I'm not a Catholic, so I don't go for confession where he's the priest to hear my lies of every day. So, yes, we never usually, we don't tell the truth because all our answers or the statistics or the data we have is out there. It's public knowledge. And I've never seen another paper coming to say that what you are saying is actually wrong. When we talk about the life expectancy in Uganda going up, nobody has said it's wrong. 68.3%. When we say that Uganda has graduated from the least developed countries, nobody has come to contest that. But these are facts that we usually put forth. When we say that our exchange rate is stable, it has been the most stable in this country. I mean, in Africa for the last 10 years. Nobody has contested that is a lie. So when we say that our inflation is low, and we are looking in East Africa and say, what is the rate of our inflation? Nobody has contested that it's lower than 5%. So when we're talking about the economy, we usually talk with facts. And I would really want a discussion where somebody comes with different numbers and says, you are lying. That would be fine. So getting to specifics about connecting border posts, yes. Of course, there are some outliers, and I must admit that the Goli Nebi Road is actually in a bad shape. And we have not put it even in the next year's budget as one of those roads that are going to be handled. But not because we don't recognize it, it's a border post. It's the financing that we have, that how much can we prioritize? But I've noted it here. And I think starting with the budgeting for next year, I will make sure that when we are financing infrastructure, this is taken into account. Same to the meter gauge railway you've talked about, that it used to go up to Pakwach, but now we are looking at Gulu. It's again financing issues, but it's something that we are not going to leave out there. Even if we don't finance it this year, if we have not financing it next year, but we are putting it on the radar, at least it should be considered. There was some question on what is the strategy for mechanization of agriculture, that we provided tractors with missing parts. That sounds like a movie. Honestly, because how can a tractor be delivered with missing parts? But I'm going to look at it. I'm not saying no. I'm going to look at this. I wasn't aware that there were some tractors without parts that were delivered, and someone receives a tractor that's not working. I know we have delivered a lot of equipment, and all this equipment has been working. Maybe like when you look at the road equipment for the district, sorry, or without plows. Okay. So when you say missing parts, I was worried that there is a non-functional, yes. But it's something that, yes. On our development of roads generally, I think we provide, first of all, for the Duka roads. We have provided around 579 billion for district, urban, and community access roads. We also provide money for road maintenance for districts. It may not be enough, but there is money for road maintenance for each district, 1 billion shillings. On top of that, there is money for the road fund, which is there. It's about 250 billion. Honorable Seungu is disputing that, but those are...
You're going to have lunch together? But
Fred talked about projects that were approved, some projects that were approved but are not performing. What are we doing about this? Some of these are legacy issues that initially there were lenders and people in ministries who would be happy to have projects. Because projects, so when you have a project in a ministry, it's a good thing. There are some allowances that come with projects. There are some vehicles that come with projects. So those legacy issues where projects were approved without proper analysis, without knowing that the right of way has been provided, without providing funds for compensation of the project affected persons, have brought us most of the problems that we are experiencing. Now, when you look at the way we are doing things, there must be a feasibility study, a plan to compensate project affected persons. All these are now a must before a project is approved. I remember there's a project which is very good. Everybody is talking about it. It's in Busoga. But when we looked at it, the financing is ready, but the amount to pay project affected persons is higher it's higher than the amount for the road itself. And some people are saying, why don't you borrow that money and you pay these project affected persons? And we said, wait a minute. This will push up. And this is commercial borrowing because it's not concessional. Nobody is giving us concessional money. So we are still in discussion as to whether the people who are going to be affected by the project can give us some land, and then we have a project going on. In some areas, this has been done where people said, yes, we need development because we know what will happen if we have a good road, and they have surrendered their land. Others are not doing that, but that's really the major reason. The projects which we had before were not properly planned, and then those other issues of compensations came in, and we got stuck. But we learned our lessons, and we are no longer admitting such projects. And we have what we call the PIMS project, the PIMS strategy, public investment management strategy, to ensure it's a public document to see how we contract projects. What are the steps that we must take? Andrew, you said agriculture continues to receive minimal funding. We've had this issue about agriculture and how much should it have as part of the budget, rather than what are the activities that are required. Oh, there is this Zimbabwe Harare Declaration where agriculture should take 10% of GDP. But what is that money going to do? So we are looking at what the money is actually required for. Next financial year, we have allocated 1.86 trillion Uganda shillings in agriculture. And this is to cover some of the modernization of agriculture. We have concentrated on where we needed to start. Our research institutions need to be given enough money to provide the right seedlings, to provide fertilizers. Because now you've been talking about fertilizers which are not good. Yes, issues of pesticide. I know, like Alpha facility, we have given them money because one of the problems we are having is aflatoxins. So they are developing a solution for this, and it will save us about $38 million every year once this is done. So the activities in agriculture, we are providing more money to have extension workers because they had not been there, and that we are facilitating them so that they can reach the farmers out there and tell them about good agroeconomic practices. On top of the PDM money for the people we are providing, there's also this money. John Robert Bench asked about climate change. I think Okitoy really elaborated on that. On non-communicable diseases, people are aging. So what is happening in this space? The National Health Insurance Scheme is under Ministry of Health. We, as the Ministry of Finance, we want it yesterday because we know it will do a lot of things, that there will be more money in the health sector. In Kenya, when it was introduced, what happened was that private hospitals also boomed because they were able to attract patients to them since they were part of this scheme, and there were more patients going there. As a result, more doctors were employed. So one of the things that can help us employ even more doctors is if we have this national health insurance scheme, because that's the money will go to hospitals, and they will be able to they will be at least able to hire a medical personnel, and they will treat our people. I think, Fred, you talked about corruption. I agree with you, corruption is a scourge that we must fight. And there have been initiatives by government, but they have been largely ineffective. It is still with us. So for me, my take on this from our side is one, how do we ensure that a lot of our policies, a lot of our procedures are digitized? Because if things are digitized, at least there is a trace of where the money is going, what has happened. That can help us. Another area, even digitization, we think that if we could go further and reduce, and members of parliament, I want you to sound this very loudly, we should have digital currency, all payments going online. Then I don't know where we'll have corruption, because every money you go to, everybody at least will know what transaction has happened. I remember going somewhere one time, I traveled with my dollars. I reached a store, wanted to buy a shirt, and the guy said, no, we don't accept cash. And this was not Ugandan shillings, it was the dollars. So I was surprised that there are some countries where they don't accept money, you have to have a card. So that can reduce on top of the other things that have been done. And for me, that's my view, that if we can really go digital in almost all our transactions, then that should happen. And we will have more money to put into the tech hubs. But also on the tech hubs, that's part of our issues. When we are looking at the strategies we have now called the ATMs, science, technology, and innovation, that the tech hubs are there. And there is money there, especially under Honorable Musenero. Really, you go there and have discussions with them. There is some money for startups, and yes, and all these things that you're talking about. What measures to be taken, I think, was prudence to comply with tariffs, so that to comply with the ESC protocols. We are taking a two-pronged approach, or three. One, we report to the ESC Secretariat on the errant partner states. You have done this, this is wrong. And then meetings are held at that level, and sometimes a solution is arrived at. Then the other approach is to have country-to-country dialogue. We've had some dialogues with countries where some non-tariff and tariff barriers have been removed. But then again, sometimes they are stubborn. They say they're removing, and the following day, something comes again. The third one is we have the East African Court of Justice. We used to have taxes, discriminatory taxes on cigarettes in this country. And BAT took us to ESC and said we are discriminating them. And the court ruled that actually what Uganda was doing was wrong. So though in our law, there was still that discrimination, but we couldn't apply it. So we removed, in practice, we removed the discrimination, and the cigarettes from Kenya are paying the same tax as the cigarettes from Uganda. So that dialogue can actually yield results. The standards for all products, we are trying, I think, as almost 90% of the products have had certification at the ESC level, and we follow those standards. But there are a few products where the standards have not yet been developed, and our standards bureaus are working on that to ensure that we have East African standards for all products. But of course, some products keep coming up, and that causes need for more discussion on what standards these products are going to have. When we established industries in Kapeka, one of the industries was making toilets, and basins, but there was no ESC standard for that. So UNBS had to struggle to get the standard. What is the standard for the toilets that are being made in Uganda? And then also try to convince the other partner states that didn't have this product, that this is the standard we should be following as ESC. So those things really do come. On job creation, it was a big question: job creation, gender responsiveness, tax, and I think tax responsiveness, and then it ended up on the innovations to build our hospitals. We are building our hospital. Lubowa, a specialized international hospital. Anybody who says, I want him to go to pass by a river, and you don't see planes moving, and you don't see a building coming up, and you don't see, that is a different question. The question, the accountability, honorable members of parliament demand accountability, and you should demand it. Where is that money? And if it's not accounted for, you should recommend. Yes, sir, you should recommend very stringent penalties for that. Yes, but otherwise, the project is moving, and we must give credit where it's due. The government has also established health facilities. They may not be fully equipped in almost 91% of the sub-counties. Yes, in some form they are there. They may not be 100% functioning, but they are there. And we should really give credit where it's due. And next year, for those sub-counties that don't have, they have been provided for. So we expect that at the end of the next year, most of the sub-counties will have health facilities. The issue, of course, we have had, sometimes there are no drugs, because there's a stock out, the drugs have been stolen, and so on and so forth. But actions are being taken. On climate change and carbon, I think those ones we have talked about.
Those we have addressed here.
I started with Honorable Sewung, and I thank him very much for his wonderful contribution. I have noted all the contributions you made. They are good for reform. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Sewung, we are going to have lunch around our table to begin and further this conversation. You know where to find him. Exactly. That's the point. That's the point. But thank you very much. Another round of applause for the panel and for yourselves. I am going to shortly be inviting Mr. Kafero to come in and do the closers of where do we go from here, but also invite the person supposed to close this meeting. That will be your role. But first, let's have a photo of the panelists, the camera people.
Yes.
Where are the camera people? We want this photograph for our panelists. And maybe you want to join with the Honorable on this photo, and then he will stay here to do the honors. Honorable, so this record needs to be on record, so you join this panel. We have the other honorable members of parliament. I don't know whether you want to come back and be part of this. Now that Honorable Sewung is part of the team. Let's first do the photo. And the photo needs very smiling faces. So Honorable Sewung and Mr. Kagwa, you have to do the diplomatic thing just for the sake of the photo. Cameraman, make sure I'm photoshopped in from where I am, or else I'll dismiss the photo and it will not be on record. It's apart from Mr. Kafero here, we're supposed to do the honors of where we end. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We started an hour late. We have ended an hour late just because we had work to do. Honorable Sewung, the cameras are on you, even as we speak.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fred Muhumuza, for that very eloquent moderation. And thanks to all the panelists and experts for the insights shared. And before I invite Honorable George Odong to share with us some reflections and the way forward, I would like to just share a few insights from the discussions that have happened. I think it's high time we talk in terms of the ESC because there are challenges that we might not solve as individual countries. But when we pool expertise, resources, both human and financial, and appreciate the regional approach, for example, the value chain approach, there are some heavy, all financially demanding projects that we may be able to achieve. And challenges that we are facing, for example, the issue of non-tariff barriers are alive, and we've struggled with the same for years. In fact, Economic Commission for Africa undertook a study that revealed that non-tariff barriers impede trade more than tariff barriers. So that's a big issue. In fact, NTBs evolve. As one is addressed, another evolves. So the need to find lasting solutions to addressing NTBs cannot be overemphasized. And this might require us to engage on the review of the ESC treaty and how it's going to address some of the long-standing issues like NTBs, the issue of the Trade Remedies Committee, the ratification of the article under the Customs Union Protocol that needs to be ratified. I think that's one of the most urgent things. But also, as we speak in terms of the ESC, there are issues that are happening. Individual countries are signing trade agreements. There is balkanization of the region. The region is falling apart in terms of negotiating with third parties. And yet the treaty has various provisions that lay ground for us to fly or walk together. And I will liken the ESC regional integration to a marriage. Marriages all have problems. I mean, once in a while, but challenges are addressed. So we need to make this marriage work. If ESC regional integration is a marriage, we committed, there are vows that we exchanged. So we need to make it work at all costs, because when it works, it's us against the world. And the global economy is shifting. We can't afford to be consumed by the global economy, because if you don't do something, then you'll become a supermarket for goods from elsewhere. And your private sector will be wiped out. Individual countries like Tanzania have introduced levies, industrial levies. Some of those levies are introduced in order to cushion and protect domestic industries. But in terms of ESC regional integration, I think there are things we need to appreciate. The president of Uganda usually talks about the dwarfs, likens individual countries as to dwarfs. But when we come together, we are giants. So I think we need to listen to some of the proponents of ESC regional integration, like the Right Honorable Alitwala Rebecca Kadaga. She's a strong champion of ESC regional integration. And before I invite Honorable George Odong to share some reflections and share insights around charting a way forward, I would like to appreciate you all, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for honoring our invitation. But also I would like to appreciate the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga in absentia for honoring the invitation. I'd like to appreciate Miss Annette Semuwemba Mutawe, the Deputy Secretary General, Customs Trade at the ESC Secretariat, for also honoring our invitation, and all those that followed online. We truly appreciate. And before I invite Honorable George Odong, I would like to recognize that SEATINI has a very able team that is right here. I request that you stand up for recognition. It's technically competent, and I believe we are headed to becoming a center of excellence on trade, fiscal, and investment-related policy research and advocacy in Africa and globally. Thank you. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Honorable George Odong to share some insights and guide us through the way forward. But the conversation is definitely not stopping here. We are still walking this journey, and the dialogue should continue. Thank you.
The Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister in absentia, honorable members of Parliament, both ESC and our national Parliament, the technical team and senior officers from the ministries that are here and departments, agencies of government, Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, apparently the heavyweight lifting has already been done by the panelists. They have made sufficient observations and have even proposed a raft of, they have come up with a raft of proposals for our intervention. But I'm just going to talk about the big picture issue. Sometimes, we are lost in nuts and bolts and forget that we need a vehicle. And that vehicle could either be a Toyota, it could either be a Mercedes-Benz, it can even be a boda. But it's important that we understand this vehicle so that we are able to get the right nuts and bolts. And that's why I find that spaces like this are very good spaces for having that kind of conversation. The discussions around harmonization of fiscal and debt policies to boost trade and investment in EAC couldn't have come at the right time, because we are in this budget period. But before I go into that, allow me to take you through why really we need this integration, so that when I make comments on this, it fits into our broad and bigger picture of this integration. It's not always that you get this kind of audience of distinguished participants to drive our point home, because sometimes we are lost in very toxic conversations that go on in the public media that tend to undermine our spirit of regional integration and make it look like it's not a project worth. I'm here to tell you that every effort should be done to make sure that our EAC integration works. And that includes ensuring that we have trade and investment in the region. The NATO yesterday, just to give you a broad context, NATO countries yesterday met, I think in Holland, and they were talking about their peace and security architecture. Under the NATO Treaty, Article 5, it provides that when one country is attacked, it's an attack on everybody. But also that same NATO treaty appoints the USA as the guarantor of their peace and security. So they outsource their security to America, not until they have a Trump moment. So as soon as Trump came into power, Trump said, I am withdrawing, or in this case, we must recalibrate the NATO treaty so that all of us can pay our price, so that security is a shared responsibility. It shouldn't be only outsourced to America. So yesterday, NATO countries agreed that each one of them will have to elevate their commitment and ensure that everybody pays almost close to about 5% of their GDP in order to build their security and peace capabilities. So the power of collective responsibility now has been realized. But that only took a Trump moment. I don't think the EAC needs a Trump moment, because we're already living with the Trump moment anyway. You know that there is a new model now that is called mineralization of peace and security. We have seen it in NATO, proposed in NATO, and we have also seen it next door in the DRC, essentially because we did not invest in our EAC capabilities to deal with our domestic challenges of peace and security. So when we have these conversations, They are meant to make sure that we build our capabilities to deal with the essentials of our integrations. But also, we have got to look at it as an existential strategy. Trade, investment, integration are no longer just essential. They are actually, as we do our regional analysis, we must widen the scope to ensure that all the partner states as players in this regional integration are part of our analysis, that we have statistics from all these areas. Even in countries where they do not have capabilities, they should be able to provide us with, they should give us the awakening that there is need for us to do something extra so that we can make this regional integration real, actual, for us to be able to benefit from our regional integration agenda. Now, the next budget analysis, since we have even codenamed it an EAC, budget, post-budget analysis, I think that we should invite stakeholders from all these partner states so that we are able to share. Because you see, we are listening largely from the Ugandan context. And Uganda, from an EAC context, is doing very, very well. I can assure you this. In spite of the challenges that we are facing, Uganda is doing very, very well. And this is essentially because we are having clarity on the side of leadership. Somebody here today was talking about political goodwill. Political goodwill is the software that drives integration, because this is a rules-based organization, and rules-based organizations all over the world are driven by compliance. Where there is non-compliance, you are definitely going to see that those organizations become weaker. And you can only have compliance where there is political goodwill. So you asked a good question, whether we are having political goodwill. And my answer to you is that it's neither here nor there. It's a subject of interpretation. And I'm not here to interpret for you whether there is goodwill on some other partner states or not. But the fact that they are part of the EAC means they recognize the strategic nature of coming together and how important it is, irrespective of your political views. And I say this normally, that it does not matter your political inclination. The EAC is a strategic undertaking that you can't wish away. What we should be doing is, how do we deal with the inefficiencies, with the issues that are not working well? There are so many moving parts in the EAC that we need to align together. And that includes policies, that includes legislation, and that even includes the institutional frameworks. So we should all be interested in seeing that we have aligned all these institutions, policies, legislation, for us to have an effective EAC. So what are the key issues that have emerged in our discussions? One of it is that we have a policy landscape that does not mirror each other in the region. And for that reason, there is a race to the bottom. Everyone is trying to make sure that they have the most attractive investment policy so that they attract investors on their side. But we are saying we must project the community as a single investment destination. So we must make sure that our policies, our incentives are all aligned so that we can now deal with the other, support infrastructure to drive our integration agenda. The issue about integration is that you must be willing to lose some and gain some. You see, we must be willing to lose some and gain some. The trouble that we have in the EAC is that we have an opportunistic relationship. We want to embrace regional integration when it works to your advantage. And when, for one reason or another, because you want to bring countries together, and it may cause a minimal disadvantage in the short term, you say, I do not want to be part of the EAC, and you bolt away. That opportunistic relationship has got to stop if we really have got to drive our regional integration. We have seen it when we had when we were dealing with the situation in the DRC. And without fear of contradiction, I'm a politician, so even if I'm misquoted, I will deal with it. But listen, when we're dealing with the situation in the Eastern DRC, we went as East African community, and there was deployment of East African community troops. So there was a framework under which the EAC was intervening in the Eastern DRC. But you can see that the DRC essentially was looking at the EAC in terms of its contribution to peace and security only. And was looking at it with narrow lenses of saying that the EAC should just be there to shoot out M23. So when the mandate of the EAC troops could only be there as a facilitator of dialogue and not to confront the M23, the DRC just bolted away and said we do not want the EAC troops here, and now decided to bring another contingent so that they could achieve their objective of fighting M23. So that kind of opportunistic relationship has got to stop, because as EAC partner states, as I said earlier on, our integration has got to be driven by the big picture. And that big picture means that you win some and lose others. But the big picture should be the key driver of our integration. So the EAC partner states have different policy frameworks. And it is therefore important that we work on a robust way. And this actually goes down to the technocrats, because this is a very technocratic area. That the key technocrats in the Ministry of Finance and the Planning need to provoke this conversation in that forum. There is a very, very critical forum where the key technocrats that inform policy decisions discuss, and then it is recommended to council, which is the major policy organ. So the technocrats who are here should provoke that conversation so that we have a harmonized policy environment for all the EAC partner states. The other issue is basically we have passed sufficient legislation, I can assure you, and I think the Director of Trade made it clear here today that we have sufficient legislation. We even have sufficient policy on EAC. What we do not have is a quality control system where partner states commit to implementing. So the implementation gaps are the ones that you see and that are causing differences in our levels of integration between the different partner states. So we have different levels of integration, essentially because our institution capacity are different. The kind of national legislations are different. So there's need for harmonization of that, and I'm happy that SEATINI is leading the way through research to make sure that we identify the gaps and be able to propose. And once those proposals come and there are specific recalibration of the laws that we already have, we will be there as your frontline representatives to make sure that we have a law that is responsive to our policy and our institutional directions, so that we have a community that is working. We also need, true to that, digitalization. We need digitization. You know, when President Magufuli was president of Tanzania, even a roadside seller had a, what do you call that machine for vending? So you don't, first you must have a receipt. The point of sale, yeah, you must have a receipt through your point of sale. You will pay, that is it. And then most of the shops, you just go and swipe your card or use mobile money. That alone was enough to at least fight corruption, because that's money that is captured already within the tax system. So it doesn't fly below the radar. So we need digitization, and that also helps us when we are capturing statistics. You know, we already have an East African Statistics Bureau bill, which has not yet been assented to for one or two reasons, but it's there. That is going to help us to aggregate data and information from all the partner states. And that helps with policy formulation. It helps also with making sure that there's alignment in the whole community on matters of policy. Domestic borrowing and public debt. You know, as IALA, we have already raised a red flag on our public debt. There is a very high affinity for debt, public debt contracting in our partner states. In Uganda, we are at least within the range, but the other partner states are really in a very, very dangerous position. And we have been raising this because it has impact on our trading and investment in the region, because the bulk of the money now is going to be used for servicing debt. The problem is not debt, and we have had these conversations before. This is a very delicate political debate in our partner states, essentially because most of our partner states do not have sufficient revenue to finance public investments. So we rely on borrowing. So most of the countries want to look at sovereign debt contracting as a sovereign matter, but it has impact on how we do business as a region. So you'll find that Tanzania will tell you that that's a no-go area, or Kenya will tell you that's a no-go area, essentially because it has political ramifications at the national level. But this is a conversation that we must confront, because this is debt that is contracted on your behalf. So the question here should be, how do we make public debt contracting governable? So there are governance issues around public debt contracting. So we need to integrate transparency in public debt contracting. And two, we must be able to articulate the rationale behind every public debt. And I think this is where our government, particularly in Uganda, is not doing very well. That usually we only see in the paper or we see on TV, on radio, that we are contracting a debt. But you see, debt contracting is in the best interest of the country if you do it, if you rationalize. So we must have that conversation in order to gain public trust, because you are contracting these debts in public trust. You are doing it on behalf of the public. So you owe it to the public to explain the rationale behind specific debts, because they are going to be paid by the generations to come. So the element of public debt, and I think that is where we will be coming into, to see what kind of legislation, what kind of frameworks do we need to ensure that we illuminate the issue of public debt contracting and make it something that the public can talk about. And then, of course, there are project management issues, and I think for the case of Uganda, we have a public investment management framework, but it is not the case for other partner states. And that's why I say that in future, we need to have a platform where people can look at best practices and come out with what works in our environment. So some of these things have already been talked about, and all I can say is that we as an assembly, as IALA, are happy to receive proposals that require amendments in the law, but also if there are public policy matters that require our discussions, we are open to that discussion. With these remarks, I wish to say congratulations and thank you very much.
I would like to bother us again that we give Honorable Odong George a befitting round of applause. And since I've used the word bother, I would like to bother us to kindly come here for a group photo, please. And that's the end of this EAC Post-Budget Dialogue for Financial Year 2025-2026. And as you make your way here, the space will be enough. Those that will stand here, then other people will stand just up here. I would like to appreciate you all for making it here and for engaging actively. Definitely, the conversation is not stopping here. We will engage online and in other spaces. At SEATINI, we believe in constructive engagement, where we are able to yield people-centered, viable, and sustainable policy alternatives rooted in our aspirations, realities, and in the ideology of social justice. And once again, I bring you greetings from Ms. Jenna Lunga. She's been following. She's our executive director she's very thankful to all of you for making it here. Thank you so much. There'll be a modest facilitation for